Okay, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, citizens of Pahokee. Good morning, city staff. We are here today on May 18th, 2020, 19th, I'm sorry, to do Commission Vision. This is a pre-retreat strategic planning, 3-year and 5-year plan to see which the directions of our city. So I am pleased to be here. We have our city staff here with us. We're going to open up now with the invocation by Mr. Williams, and then we will do a pledge. We all can stand, please.
Father, we come before you on behalf of this city, city of Pahokee, its leaders. Pray, God, that you would give us the vision that you would have for this city. That every leader that is here today, especially our city manager, the man in his absence, the vice mayor, the commissioners that stand with him, all the directors, deputy city manager, city clerk, God, that you would help us carry this city in the direction that you would have us to carry. I ask God your blessings, your unity, your love, your peace in this meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag in the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, we would like to welcome everyone here that's also the ones probably watching by Facebook, by YouTube, our citizens. Again, this is a pre-retreat strategic planning of a 3-year and a 5-year plan. We know they always say there's a quote, if you don't plan, you're planning to fail. Also, there's a biblical thing that people without a vision, you perish. So you have to have a vision. So this is just a vision of our city manager and our city commission to move our city forward. So with that being said, we also want to, on behalf of our mayor who's absent today, Mayor Keith W. Babb Jr., our city commission, we have city commission Sarah Perez, Commissioner Derek Bolden, Commissioner Juan Gonzalez that will be with us in a few minutes. Also, we want to thank our city staff. We have each department here, department heads here, to help put our heads together that we can work in unity. We have to work together in order to move forward. We cannot hold hands and some walking back and some walking forward. We won't succeed where we're going. So we might not always agree, but we always can disagree with love. So again, we're here to just put our heads together on which way that our city, to move our city forward. So with that being said, we'll turn it now over to our staff, our city manager, Rodney Lucas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to do introductions of staff. My name's Rodney Lucas, city manager. Ms. Adams, Jocelyn Adams is the deputy city manager. Yeah, thank you. Tijuana Warner, city clerk. Joseph Martin, interim finance director. Carlos Manguel, operations manager. Alvin Johnson, director of public works. Greg Williams, director of parks and recreation. Out is Peggy Boulay Washington, director of community and economic development. And we have the assistants. We have Cedric Clairvan for Parks and Rec. We have Ms. Polanco for building, planning, and zoning. And Paul couldn't make it, right? Okay, so we have Paul Buxton.
I'm sorry, I failed to mention that we have our county Commissioner A here, Ms. Regina Bolden, she's here also. And we also want to say that if any citizens is out there that's looking that would like to come up, we hear from till 1 p.m. today. If you would like to come up to the Marina Conference Room to be a part of this meeting or just listen in, you are welcome to come up. So I just wanted to put that out there to our citizens.
Moving forward, the purpose, we are gathered to capture the vision of the city commissioner's vision for the city of Pahokee for the next 3 and 5 years. The commissioners will discuss and develop a strategic plan at this pre-retreat to be presented at a future town hall meeting to the community. We're going to start off with commissioner's 3-year plan. What is the commissioner's vision for the community in the areas of attainable, and not in any particular order, it's just that we just wrote it this way: attainable and affordable housing, sustainable infrastructure, economic development, financial stability, and environmental visibility. Environmental viability. So first up, get you guys' thoughts individually, commissioners, on attainability and affordable housing. So we've had a lot of discussion about the lack of housing, but how would you like to start addressing housing, getting single-family and multifamily projects here? I'll start with Commissioner Perez.
I think that one of the options that we have as a city, you know, you have those 35 acres as the city. And I've also mentioned about trying to partner with Habitat. And I believe between partnering with Habitat and the county and, you know, some of the grants that or money that the county has, and maybe some that we could use from the ARPA or anywhere else, we could get it going.
Thank you. Hold that thought.
You meant one under the other.
So
mentioned-
Perez said options 35 acres, partnering with Habitat for Humanity, and partnering with Palm Beach County. I know you weren't done, but I just wanted to get this ball rolling.
I know that we had also talked about the empty lots, but we just voted to auction them. And I know there's some that are not buildable, and I know that the mayor mentioned something about maybe donating it to Habitat, but if they're not buildable, what are they going to do with it? You know?
We can bring back some options as staff for some consideration, or do some research for you guys to see with some better things, because some of the lots could be used as in areas as parking lot, because we're going to have problems with parking. So, and then if someone's next to a lot and they want to expand their property, it's always an option as well.
Yeah, I guess it'll be after the auction to see what's left. And when I say housing, I mean single family. Yeah, infill.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, not that. I mean, as far as housing, the city has as a city, as a municipality, you're talking about, right?
Yes.
I think there are people in the community that own property that would like to develop, and I think that, you know, we should reach out to these individuals, because we need to take care of the house first, and then, you know, people in the community.
Vice Mayor.
Only thing that we need to clarify whether it's affordable or workforce, and there is a difference when you look at the scale. Workforce usually takes 2 incomes in the house. But, you know, yeah, we need to.
We get a chair for you. You can sit right there. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Perez. All right, so. Yep. Your turn, Vice.
I agree. She took some of mine. The 35 acres just sits there. we know some of our biggest struggle is the foundation that we have, which is the muck. So that's why, you know, developers probably look at us last because it costs so much to demuck, to build. But the 35 acres, it sits there, and it could be a ready shovel land that we can use for whether it be single family, whether it could be multi-purpose housing. Also, I agree with we have residents that's own land land is just there. Maybe they need a helping hand in how to develop it, you know, and ways that they can help build housing on their land. Also, the Habitat for Humanity, but don't always want to give it. Habitat is good, but we don't want to always give it everything over to Habitat. You want to put where we will have not just I don't want to say low income, but workforce housing, because you want to draw your economic up as far as your teachers, your fire department, your police department. You want to have people to come in, you know, like that with incomes to raise your ad valorem taxes up in your community. That's what builds your community, is your tax base, your schools. But we can get maybe have a workshop with some of the landowners. You have Rodden Avenue, whose land got to have could be a big development for housing. You know, you have, I know the one across from what the restaurant is that closed down. What's that restaurant right down the corner going down the hill? Town Center, right there. I know we've already in talking with, you know, Ms. Danya Roberts, and for what she's, I think this is her development here at the top. Is that something like that she's putting something like that on that property? So we know housing is a big issue here in the city of Pahokee, which is very detrimental, that we need, whether it be through apartments, whether it be through, but we need single family housing. That's what we need to build up our economy here in the city, our tax base. But she mentioned 35 acres. It was also partnering with the county. You see everywhere is building up. You know, I just read now Boynton Beach is opening up another brand new development. Every Royal Palm is fit to be, you're not even going to know Royal Palm in the next year or 2 years. They are fit to explode with what they're and they're only 20 minutes away from us. You know, so if we can just tap into some of those developments that come out this way. You know, so that's something that we can do. That's my thing, talking to some of the landowners and talk to some developers. Let's see, can we get a packet together and bring some developers to the table. You know, let's talk to some, they're calling some developers. Let's talk to them, see if they're willing to put some money out this way. You know. You have not because you ask not. So if you don't ask them to come, they probably won't come.
1 second, let me get Perez's side caught up too. And then, okay, under Mervin, real quick, she wants a balance to community housing, so we raise the economic level. Okay, flip it back. So Mervin wants to balance community housing, you know, affordability and market rate housing, correct? Meeting with Rodden landowners. Rodden landowners. She wanted. You already got that one?
And general landowners.
And
Mr. Lucas, if I may ask a question.
sure.
Commissioners, how do you feel about a housing trust fund? So a housing trust fund would apply to, it would be more towards moderate to low income. And that way, from my understanding, housing trust funds are distinct funds that are established by city, county, and state governments that receive ongoing dedicated resources of public funding. And it would help with being able to build housing, whether it is single-family homes, townhomes. It would allow us to use that land that we have, whatever we have available, to build upon that. Delray Beach has used their housing trust fund to build upon that. So, so Atlantic Grove in Delray Beach was a part of the housing trust fund, and so they had townhomes that were built there, which. It was done a long time ago. Atlantic Grove, the CRA helped to do it.
The trouble, that's good, and it's good to put into your paperwork to get those fundings, to get that. You know, a lot of that is built. A lot of those, if you go down Delray now, who's building up all those, is your sugar industry is behind a lot of those developments that's coming up over there.
I don't have the name here, but they've been doing some partnership with this development, and they're the ones that are building these single-family homes, and they're smart homes. And they're affordable.
Yeah, and that's making sure that we have attainable, affordable, and workforce homes because attainable is different for everyone. You know, the income level is 60 to 120% of what you look at as being affordable. So just expanding our horizons, where, as Commissioner said, Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin said about making sure that we encompass those who are first responders, the teachers, you know, our staff, but also being able, but also being able to, for those who have dispensable income and they can afford more of a home, we want to be able to track that as well. So being able to expand upon, if you all could expand upon what that looks like for you all, what you would like to see us being able to move forward with. And it'll help with guiding us in who we need to go after as developers, who we need to go after as bringing in economic drivers to the city, because we want to be able to offer various services from high end to middle income to low end. So thinking about those economic drivers.
But like I said, let's bring, because if you research, like I said, those brand new homes that's coming up, I think it was not Atlantic, or I know going down that way, if we get in touch with, let's bring those big hitters to the table, and that's one of them is your Florida Crystal hitters. If you dive into the development of those, building those homes, that's who's building those homes. They're, using another developer, but that's who's the money pocket in those, building those. So bring them to the table.
Well, one thing we have to, that we can do is we want to reach out to developers. You're not going to get a developer out here that's going to do just affordable housing. So what we can do as a city is decide, okay, we want developers to come out here, but how much of we use the 35 acres, let's say. We're going to give them, allow them to build on those 35 acres. We have to set a percentage of, okay, we're going to let you build, however, of your buildings, 30%, 20%, whatever it is that we decide, 20% of it has to be affordable, maybe 10% affordable, 10% workforce. That will attract the developer, because he's not going to have to put all his income or all his money into just affordable housing. He's going to be able to make
money on the other stuff also. Because let's be honest, companies are here to make money. They're not here to just, break even. So we have to decide what are the percentages that we want these developers to, and the county does it all the time. Because I listen a lot to the county commission meetings, and they set percentages to these developers. Okay, you want to build, but you're going to give me this much, and that's how we really have to look at it that way.
I think the percentage depends on the contribution or the part that you get from the county on the percentage. Another way that you could do it, you could say, okay, we're going to build, 100% workforce, and we're going to give you this other property, and you could just build your 20% on this other property. It doesn't have to be all in one property. Like, let's say I have 2 parcels. I could say, okay, I'm going to build 100% affordable, and then on my other lot, I'm going to build everything, workforce. So, any way that you put it to them, I think, it'll be good for them. And when I talked about Habitat, it's not giving Habitat the land for them to develop. It's they also, construct, and it's at a low cost. So some type of partnership is what I'm talking about with Habitat.
Let's go back and allow Vice Mayor to finish up her portion.
No,
Sorry.
I'm done, but just to say, I agree with Carlos. You can't, and I hope no one takes it the wrong way. You can't always. You're trying to attract new people to your community. So you can't always say low income, or because developers they're not looking to build just low income. They're looking to build. Take Westlake for an example, and they say, oh well, those houses are too expensive to come this way. No, they're not. There's people looking to live here, even your city workers. If you build nice homes, you build them, they will come. Pahokee is not a bad place to live. But you can't always say low income or, we have that, but we have to say modern housing. You want nice housing. You want to attract people to come back to home. So.
Well, that's what Westlake did. Westlake set percentages of how many homes or a certain amount of homes that have to be for workforce. If you look at Westlake, and I was there for about a year, if you look at Westlake, there's a lot of police officers, teachers, firefighters. You go up and down their streets, all you see is police vehicles. And so there was a percentage that was set aside for workforce. So, again, we have to decide what are we going to require, or what percentage is interested enough for the developer to want to do it.
May I speak? What I believe this translates to incentives. What everyone is speaking on is creating an incentive package for developers. We could strategize and create an incentive package for housing, and then various types of housing, whether it's apartment complex, multi-units, or whatever the type of housing is that we develop. We create incentive packets for those housing developments, and we include the incentives that everyone is speaking on. We work on the percentage of what we will consider as workforce housing, affordable housing, and then we create the language behind it, or use the language that's already been developed and put that behind that plan. In addition to, we still have to address the elephant in the room, which is demucking. How are we going to get those demucking funds to incentivize those developers as well? So I think it's a part of us creating an incentive package that is attractive, and aggressive so that we can start tapping in on what's already making its way to the glades.
Okay, I have something to say about that.
I was just saying, Vice Mayor, that you want to say.
As far as demucking, we have built in the glades since the glades started. Okay, when you say demucking, and they have put a tremendous amount of figure on demucking. Okay, we built on pilings.
On pilings,
So
yes.
as a city, we need to be more aggressive with the county, with the inspectors or whatever, because now you don't got the old-fashioned pilings. You know, we've talked to a developer that's local, and he says all these houses, they're all built on pilings, and you're right by the lake. So why can't we build, you know, we need to get rid of that demucking and money for demucking, and, you know, it's doable, it's always been done, and it could be done.
It's a combination of the two. So it's a combination of the demucking, it's a combination of pilings. And in my personal recent conversations with developers, in terms of just meeting random developers wanting to come into the glades, two of the main things that they discuss is both. Some projects you can use either options, and other projects they say for the life of the project is better to demuck versus to use the pilings because of the weight of the pilings and the size and the girth of the project and the density that the project will bring. So that's why they normally share those two options and lean more towards the demucking. But if we can get those figures, have them to compare the figures, weigh the pros and the cons, and hopefully we can have the pros outweigh the cons in piling, then that could be another part of how we incentivize them as well.
Well, what I could do is have this local developer that we talked, explain, how all that works and how, because what he was saying here is unpredictable. You could have a plot of land and you could demuck a couple of feet, and in the same area you got 20 feet demuck. So, and when you're saying out there to the developers that are not local, well, the problem is the muck, and you have to demuck, and you don't know how much is the demuck. Well, they're all freaked out because that's a lot of money.
They bring it to us. That's their conversation. So
yes, because that's the conversation.
Yeah. And that's why and that's why we try to bring up the pilings, and we try to incentivize them in other ways. And there are ways that they can get grants. There are ways that they can get the county to support them. We can support them. We can find different ways to support them in that. And I think that's where the conversation has to shift from it being the elephant in the room conversation, and more so, this is part of your project. This is factored automatically into your project. Whether you pile, whether you use pilings, whether you choose to demuck, this is part of your project, and this is still cost efficient, and it's still a worthwhile project to bring into the city. So
But
that's the
just to
conversation
say-
shift we need to have.
I think
Not to
if we're
cut you
really-
off, but to say,
if we're really serious about this, I think we need to have a meeting with the county officials, with the building department, the economic department, the housing, that we need to have them at the table and see, so we could talk about it, because there are programs that not all of us know about it. So as commissioners, I think we should have and I've been asking for this since I started, a workshop with the county officials. Tell me what it is that we have in this area, because Pahokee happens to be one of the only areas, that you have, I think it's a CRA that is called, and different programs that I don't really know how they work. If you want to develop, what are the steps? You know, I cannot go out and tell anybody what to do or how to do it or what's available if I don't know about it. So I think that's the first thing that we should do. Talk with them, find out what's available and how we could really get this going.
Yeah.
Just put something in here. The commissioner is working on trying to put something similar to what she's discussing together for the elected officials in the Midwest. And I would assume staff.
Thank you.
Everybody's
Yeah.
to speak.
And for the record, also, myself and Jocelyn have started discussions with Palm Beach County directors for housing, economic development, public works. So we are, and then they're going to be meeting with staff to collaborate what they can help us with moving forward as far as housing and infrastructure. So we've started that discussion. In fact, next Friday, AJ and myself and Mr. Ali from Palm Beach County will be here going over our problems. And speaking of problems, I'd like to ask each one of you, what are the barriers to housing? You mentioned demucking. What else are barriers?
It's land. We're very land strict here in Pahokee. We don't have, unless we get with a lot of the people that own the land, we don't have a lot of land that we own that we can give over to more than just the 35 acres. I think that's the biggest land that we have, that city. But we actually don't own that land. We need to put that out there. We actually don't own that land. We have to go through that land like we did the marina. It has to go through the state. You know, I know we did a while ago, and they did give us a letter where they did give us where we're. I think when Mr. Morrison wanted to came forward with a plan to build homes there, they had to write the state to give us permission, and plus there's a big tax bill on that land before they released that land. So we really don't say per se own that land. That has to go. It has to go through the state. So we need to put that out there. We don't actually own that land outright. But demucking, getting back to the demucking, we know there's different ways that you can build, and there's pallets you build on. Even though you demuck, you're still going to be putting pallets down in the ground. We know that. But your demucking is because of they built it in years past, but if you go around and look at houses now, you see where the muck the shift, and people houses is where they put shell rock is separating from the foundation, some of it. So even like with our church, we had to put some repellents down because it started cracking because of the demuck is shifting. The muck is shifting. So it's just sad to say we own the gold. They call it a black gold, which is good. It grow anything you throw a seed out, it'll grow. That's a plus for this area, but it's a con to when you're coming down into building new housing. So it is, and I know a couple of years ago up at the state, I think it was Kelly Smallworth, they all, and also was Melissa McKinnon, where they were trying to get funding through the state and federal for demucking. They were trying to find a way to get money for out in the area to do demucking because it is very costly, it's very expensive. That's why your Martin Luther King, when the rainy season comes, it floods on certain areas because it was not demucked. That's why you have those areas like that, because it was never demucked. It's easy to build over on the East Coast because they're on sand, so they don't have to demuck. But here it holds water.
Vice Mayor, if I may, during our conversation with Todd, the Assistant County, Commissioner, there is funding that the county is looking at and has been going after from the legislator. And we're hoping that if we get that funding, the county as a whole, that money will come out to us. So they are keeping us abreast of that. So we've had that conversation, and I'm constantly in their ear reminding that, hey, don't forget that, when that is finalized, make sure we're a part of that conversation.
And then I like what Ms. Boulay said. You work out an incentive packet. If we can get funding for demucking, I believe you can get developers to come out to build. Because they're always looking for incentive. The property that we have on, well, we don't own it, but the guy that owns on State Market Road, if he looking, because he owns that, which is a housing company that owns the land, and they looking for incentives from the city. But if y'all help me put this out, I will come in and build 100 houses. So everybody they looking for a little incentive too. So the incentive package is good to put out.
It is in the Florida Building Code. When we have brand new construction or development of brand new construction, we are required to be provided with a geotech report, because they go out and test the soil to see the contaminants of the soil, also the how compacted the soil is. So it's called geotech report that they have to provide. And if the land, depending on that report, that's where the demarking falls in. Like if the land is it doesn't have as much muck as other pieces of land, that's when you can put pilings, depending on how compressed the land is.
Habitat housing, when they was building those houses, when they brought them in, did you see all the trucks they were bringing in a lot of sand? Because they demucked the land before they did the foundation. So they demucked those. That's why when you see around the Habitat house, you don't see it lifting. You don't see it lifting from the foundation, because I saw them bringing truckloads of sand.
Yeah, we had a case like 3 years ago. There was this on Anona. There was this builder that started building without a permit. He knew he was gonna build a house, but he started without the geotest report or the soil test.
I remember that house.
This guy started digging, and it was like 2 feet, and we already had a pool there. By the time we got there, it was like 4 feet. That was a pool, and he didn't cover the sides of it, so that was a dangerous situation that we had to call the contractor and have him to put a fence because of a kid drowning into it. He had no protection fence or barrier, and it was already like a swimming pool. It was bad.
Do we ever initiate to build a niche of developers, a network?
What is that?
To bring, sorry. Go ahead.
So basically you would have like a conglomerate of developers. You would have a conglomerate of developers who would be our go-to, quote-unquote, developers for everything development. So if you're looking to build a shopping plaza, you have those key niche of developers who specialize in building in rural areas such as this, or agricultural areas such as this, which would be basically our area of niche developers. And then we would go to them and we would share what our development goals are, and they could say, okay, well, we would like to entertain a bid or what have your proposal and build XYZ for you. Or we have these developers here on the East Coast who does XYZ development, and they may be able to help you all with that. They may be interested in the bid. Or they may have themselves a network of developers that they can open up to us so that we have more development options. Yes, Joseph?
Myself, I like the bidding part, the competitive part, and just put it out for, if you're a developer, you got a chance at it. The more fish in the water, the better the catch.
It wouldn't exclude them. it wouldn't exclude the developers, any other developers that would like to have a chance at bidding. So like I said, they would still bid. They would go through the formal process, but you have a core group of developers that specialize in what you're looking to do in areas like this. It's not complicated, but you have to have someone who has experience, or a group that has experience in developing on land such as this, because not only do we want to be able to build on the land, but we want to preserve the land as well. So you want developers that are careful with the richness and the uniqueness that the Glades has to offer, in particular Pahokee.
Well, my thing to that is, if you're a developer, okay, you should know what your area expertise is. And building in the muck, I don't think is that much different than building anywhere else. You have to do your homework, and you have to know what works, and that's why we have the city. You know, you put out a bid, they have to have, you know, their resume, their jobs that they have done. If you see that this is, you know, the area is not, what they did is not compatible, they built, you know, in one area XYZ and this one's ABC, and they don't, you know. But if you're a developer, you know, it's up to you to choose and to know that whether you could handle the task or not, you know. And I don't understand what the difference is, you know, having a group that you go to when, let's say, you specialize in swimming pools, and you go to them and then you put it out. It's like when you do your invitation for bid, you put exactly what it is that you want, what it is that you're requiring, and what it is that you need to have. This is exactly, you as put in the invitation, you're going to put exactly what you expect out of them. And then it's up to them to see, okay, I could do the task, I meet all the qualifications, and I could do it for this much. Then we do our homework. We check them out, make sure they're legit, that they could do it, that they have everything that they need, and if they have the right price, then you give it to them. You award it. That's the way the process goes. Now, if you want to have like an advisory, you know, you could get it like for advisory. Okay, we're planning to build a shopping center. Can you advise us? But then that's why you got an engineer. The engineer will tell you if it's city owned. You have the engineer that you know, he'll tell you exactly, you know, the scope actually of your bid. Any individual will have to have the same thing. So
we appreciate that, your input. So as far as barriers, let me just go back real quick before we move on to our next section, which is sustainable infrastructure. So I have barriers being demucking, land restricted, geotech testing. I guess because we're agriculture, the soil is contaminated, usually with citrus type items. It causes arsenic, which can kill you. So you got so many years you got to wait till the soil heals itself. So that's a barrier.
Money, finance, that's very important.
Finance, money. Okay. Anything else?
And I believe everywhere you have to have that geotech.
A quick question. How is Belglade doing all this building on the same type of land? When I drive by there, I see they're building all the time, apartments. The things that you're talking about doing, they're doing it right in Belglade. So why haven't someone just reached out to them and say, listen, what did y'all do to get this done? Who do y'all have getting it? they're building houses and apartments and all this right next door. I mean, I'm sure the mayor, Steve Wilson, will be willing and able to direct y'all to who the people are that they're building all these apartments for.
You know, I know it's been brought to my attention that Belglade has less muck, that their land's a little different than our land down here. So, in some areas.
Here within the city, you've got this property on an feet, you could see the water. Other places is 4 or more, 8. So it depends where the land is.
You know what that has to do with? Drainage. We need to work on our drainage. We need to work on our infrastructure, roads, drainage. All that is like 1,000 years old. You fix the infrastructure, and listen, Pahokee is the biggest pearl in this area. We are sitting on a pearl, on a gold mine. If we could ever get this going, this is the economic driver for the Glades, not just for Pahokee. We've been sitting on this gold mine for decades without doing anything with it, really making it full blast.
Get further than that. It's not just the marina; it's the whole city. If our infrastructure in the city will get done, we are riding on roads that's 50 that's just patched over for years, just patched over. There's pipes in the ground that some people might not know where there was old pipes dug from another city, brought us their old pipes, is in our ground. A lot of people don't know this stuff. You know, we got old pipes from another city that they got new piping, but they gave us their old pipes that's sitting in our ground now. This has been done years ago. But now we're on the right track, trying to get in new roads, new infrastructure, new drainage, because that's what we do. We need, if you ride some of the roads now, when it rains, you don't see no COVIDs in there where the water runs off. You know, exactly. You don't see any of that. And it's infrastructure. It's not just to here, because before you get here, you got to ride the roads to get here. So it's your infrastructure, even in your inner city part. You ride down Rodden Avenue, you don't really see COVID runoff of water. And then when you do see them, they're all compacted with trash. They're all compacted with old, don't even have the right covers to not the trash to go into that. So it's like we're still in decade-old infrastructure. You know, that money is a big part of it, but if we could if you build your infrastructure, that's a number one. For you could build housing, for you could build apartment building, for you build stores. They look for infrastructure. If you went to that Friend Rock when they was opening that, the first thing he said when they were looking to build, when they were looking to build this warehouse, the first thing they looked at was how the people was going to be able to get into the city and the roads. And he said the road that they would get in was what Southern, they call it 98. Yes, 98 Southern, they call it. He said that was a perfect road. That's why they took the project to Belgrade, because they had better infrastructure getting in and out of the city. So it's your infrastructure. That's what your businesses they look for. They're not going to come on roads and your streets are flooded. There are no lines. There's no striping. There's nothing in the road. They're not coming.
No street signs.
They're not coming. You have to build up your infrastructure to the 21st century. You have to.
And so moving forward, as Mr. Lucas stated, that conversation that will take place, that has already begun to take place when working on McClure, it is speaking with Palm Beach County Water Utility and them pulling out the map to show us all the areas that we have cracked, degraded pipe, water lines, sewer lines. So that conversation that's going to take place next week pulls out that map to the city, and we're able to dig in and identify exactly where Palm Beach County needs to fix the utilities, And it'll allow us to then work towards storm drains and the culverts and everything that we need to get started with that infrastructure.
Yeah.
And I
Sidewalks,
believe that
lights.
as you guys set the vision of what parts of town you want developed first, we can look at with Ali and his crew saying we need the 4-inch versus the 2-inch water pipes because we're going to have a lot of water flow going here. I've already discussed with him the lack of water pressure, lack of fire hydrants. So we got to look at how do we address that and get the proper distance between fire hydrants. I mean, we got subdivisions with 50, 100 houses and there's only 5 fire hydrants. That's crazy. So we got to address that. So in the way of roads, drainage, well, storm drains, culverts, sidewalks, water pipes,
Lights.
lights.
You got sidewalks. You got sidewalks, roads and sidewalks.
Yeah, I got sidewalks on here.
And some landscaping.
Landscaping, okay. Then would you guys feel buses, transportation's part of infrastructure, or?
They're going through streets now, tearing up streets. That
So bus stops is part of your landscape?
I know. I think we talked with the what's his name from we talked to
yes.
them. I know they say they only can change their routing twice a year. So they can't change it now until I think September.
Correct.
I think September is when they're going to change their routing again. So, because we got now, they're tearing up streets now, coming into small areas when they turn it, and it's about to cause a collision right here on Begonia and Clarissa. You know, I'm just praying one day that no one hit head on right there.
Right.
Yeah, it's dangerous right on that corner.
Now Judge and I did meet with Palmtran and regarding bringing in more advertising and things for the benches and bringing more benches and shelters. And we did bring to their attention the two, Begonia and what's the other street right there where
Bacon
they go?
Point?
Clarissa. Yeah, we told them, so I need to follow back up on that. But we did mention to them, that was about 3 weeks ago.
If I may, speaking from standpoint of the elected, having that conversation with our residents, when we speak about the storm drains and the culverts, when we look at our grates that's down in those drains, I mean, our public works department is constantly having to put wood down, put something down, because they're constantly stealing the grates, stealing the covers. And so that does not help when you look at what we're trying to do for our city, when it's defeating the purpose, when we're putting down new things. Even when we speak of our marina, we just install electrical and we turn around and the electrical has been destroyed. So we need our residents, our community, our visitors, whomever it is, to abide and to take pride in their community. So when you look at other cities, you look at the coast, and you look at other cities, those residents aren't destroying where they live at. You take care of your home, you take pride in it because you spend that money on your home. The same thing applies to your city. These are your tax dollars. You expect for things to be taken care of, so you have to take pride in your city and respect our streets, our roads, our culverts, our sidewalks, lighting. You take care of that, and you don't destroy it. So that's the request that I have from our elected, when speaking with our residents, your constituents, making sure that they understand we're working backwards if we're trying to move forward if they're destroying.
Good. So with that, if I'm a resident that don't have anything to lose
You got your mic on?
in this city, I don't have anything to lose. I'm basically homeless. I don't have a job. I don't have a house. So these people are not going to respect anything that's going on. Now, if you're a homeowner, sure, you're going to look out for your resident. But when you're talking about just somebody out on drugs or whatever, and he sees a piece of iron that he can get he's going to get it. So these are the people that's really damaging your city. It's not your working, your local people that go to work from 8 to 5. It's somebody that's standing on the corner all day and looking to sell some aluminum or some iron. That's who destroying it. I don't care nothing about throwing paper and trash down and parting. Those are the ones. I mean, if you're a homeowner, you want around your house to look right, you know. So, and one other thing when Mr. Lucas had mentioned about the fire hydrants and stuff in the community, I know from growing up here that when a house, a couple of my friends in them house burnt down because there was no fire hydrant, the fire department had to put water in the truck. And when they got there, they ran out of water. By the time they went to refill up, the house was burnt down. All because there was not a fire hydrant in the proper distance to the house. And there was a lot of houses around here like that, that if your house catch a fire, you better pray that there's a fire hydrant close by, because they're going to have to go with one truck and then come back and go, look, it's over for you.
That's totally unacceptable.
That's a good point, because even out there where I live off of Kismet, they just put one pretty across the street from where I live, but the one before they put it, it's on Lamore Road. So if a house burned down most on Kismet, you have to go all the way around the corner to drag a hose to put a fire out. And then with that being said, your water pressure. If I cut my sprinkler on, you can't be taking a shower because you don't get a full shower because the water pressure is so low. I don't know if that's have to come through Palm Beach County Water or how that is, but the pressure is really bad. So if you're putting out a fire, you don't have enough pressure in the fire to put out even the fire, because the water pressure is very bad.
And if I may, when we go back to the housing, like in the development where I stay at, now they built about 25 houses still, and they probably demucked or whatever when they built them. Now in the last year and a half, 10 houses out of 25 have got busted water lines. My house was one of them. My neighbors, the lines busted. So when I called the insurance company, they said it's not covered because it's busting, the pipe is under the ground in the sand. So it's not leaking in the house, but all your water, and I've got about 6 neighbors that had to pay $500 water bill, and they had nothing to do with this pipe busting. So seemed like if they would have put down some PVC pipe, that might have would have eliminated that problem. This is that copper pipe, and right.
This is on the new builds. On the new builds.
Well, the house is only like 28 years old, but.
And Mr. Babb, but I think those are issues because even the area that I live in, which I live on the coast, I have plumbing issues. And because the older homes that cast iron, so I'm having plumbing issues, and my house is over 50 years old.
Yeah,
so it is throughout, and speaking with a few plumbers that from Tequesta to Jupiter, they're having the same problems because of those pipes have been, they're eroding. And over time, and just because of the areas, we didn't have the technology that we have now. So it is harming our homes, our environment. And speaking to that, Ms. Boulay had a couple months ago the National Service Line. And so she's had been working on that because with the National League of Cities, there's the National Service Line program that will assist the homeowners. The city gets an incentive, but it will assist the homeowners with those types of issues. So we'll be able to, once she has more information on that and be able to present it to Mr. Lucas, we're hoping to bring it to commission to be able to get that program aligned with our city.
Well, that's another reason why we talking. Let's go to Barfield, and correct me if I'm wrong. That's another reason Barfield is taking the time that it's taking because of the other ground plumbing and the sewage that was in the ground. That's why it had old decrepit stuff in the ground. That's why now they're building it up to the code of the new. Now that's what when they came to the meeting, that you have better drainage. You're gonna have better. You're gonna have everything is new and up modern. That's the problem they're dealing with Barfield. Even when they get to McClure, it could probably be the same way.
Correct.
These roads have not been done over 50 plus years. So if you saying 10 to 15 and you having cast iron pipes, so what do you think about 50 years ago? What was in the ground? So that's why it's taking a while to get done. But thank God that it is at least getting done now.
And so when you think about McClure, the conversation that we had 2 weeks ago with the engineer in Palm Beach County was speaking of, like Mr. Lucas was speaking about the sizing of the pipes. We have on McClure, there's 12-inch pipes that they're going to change over to 16-inch so that flow of water, you don't have that pressure that's pushing on those pipes and cracking the utilities. So changing the sizing of the pipe has a lot to do with it, so that we move towards the future to sustainable products, along with, as Vice Mayor was speaking of, with Barfield. So when we have the conversation with Palm Beach County Water Utility, they have their vision, they know what needs to be done, but it is speaking to our city about what needs to be done, how we're able to move forward and be able to take care of the problems that we've had and not work backwards.
I have a question.
Let me say something real quick. If I'm correct, I think we need to do some little bit more research on this, because if it's the water meter into the resident's yard property, that's up to the individual themselves to get that repaired, not the city nor the state. So let's make that clear. The meter on out to the county side or city side, they're responsible for that. But the citizens are responsible for their part, for the meter on out to their property.
And that's why I was speaking about the National Service Line, because it would assist those residents with that, but it also gives the city an incentive, those funds that we can be able to utilize.
So we can provide them help outside the area.
Correct.
Okay.
So what happened is, I have homeowners insurance, and I've had it for 27 years. And my insurance told me that they don't cover that because it's not a part of the infrastructure. So it had nothing to do with me with making this problem, with this pipe busted, but my insurance would not cover it. And I got something like a $600 water bill, a $400 light bill. You know, when I found out that this problem had took place, I didn't know it because it's running underground. You know what I mean? The water. I had to pay this here because my insurance don't cover it.
Because I had got one like that, Tad. My bill was almost like $1,000 some. I said, why is my bill $1,000? But when I looked into it, and like Commissioner Gonzalez said, when the Palm Beach County Water came out, they see that it wasn't on my side. It was on the county side. So they came out and they changed my whole, it was a leaking somewhere under the ground because of the meter. And they came out and put a whole brand new meter, but I didn't have to, they gave me credit for it because it wasn't on my side. It was on the county side.
My point is that it was on my side because it was up under my house, like this building. It was leaking the pipe.
So that's on
your side. My side. And not on mine. Every one of my neighbors that had this problem, it was on their side of the house too. So what I'm saying is, when people building houses or whatever, we want to make sure that they're doing something.
Well, I think the code is different now.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
And it also contributes to when you're ready to sell your property, it has to do with the value of your home. My neighbor is selling their house, and they have a 3-bedroom. They're only able to get $260,000. They have a pool. They should be able to get more money than that for their house, but because of those pipes, they're not able to increase the value of their home. And so it goes back to that buyer is looking at, so the same thing applies to us here. If you have those issues, you're not going to be able to get more money for your property if you choose to sell. And if we're talking about residents, people moving into our community, if we have utilities that are less than standard, then it's going to impact how we turn around and the value of our community. So sustainable, changing our infrastructure, looking at what's sustainable, how we're able to move forward, the type of product that we put into the ground, the type of products that when we're talking to Palm Beach County Water, making sure that we're getting something that is going to last, ensuring that if the cost, on the front end, if it costs us more, you have to look at the long run. So we have to take all that into consideration when we're talking about the infrastructure to our city. Everything from, speaking of retaining walls to the bioswales of, if we're talking about pavers going down on our sidewalks, taking all of that into consideration, the cost, but knowing that if we pay for it on the front end, it'll last a lot longer on the back end.
I think as far as static, you have a choice, but when you're building, you have codes. Whether it's roads or sidewalks or whatever it is, there are codes, and there's codes for a reason. The one question that I had, those covers, do they only come in the material that they use? Don't they have another material that does the job but is not worth anything to anybody?
So what I understand, there's metal, there's some type of Kevlar, there's recyclable composites, and then we've been putting wood in some cases to cover, but it doesn't allow the draining nicely. Go ahead, AJ.
Yes, the recyclable is not good when you got storm drains in the middle of the road. The sun heats them up and they get a swell in them. So the recyclables are not good. We had a study on this before.
That new, like what they build the sidings with, like they do decks and
Composites.
Don't they make it out of that material?
They make it out of that material, but still, when the heat hit it, and over a while, it swells.
Even the ones that are reinforced with steel?
No, they are good. But then you got to make sure they're strong enough for the ones in the road. The ones on the side of the road, it's good to have that recyclable stuff, but then we got to find them.
Drains on the road itself?
Yes, Martin Luther King Boulevard. You got 1, 2, you got like 3 on that road right now that I got wood in because.
But that road at some point is going to have to be.
Yeah, it's got to be redid. It's got to be redid. That road is bad.
And then that's when you move them from the road to where.
Yeah, you can put them on the side.
Should be.
Yeah, but they're in the middle of the road right now. We actually had some made. When they stole them, we actually had some made. As soon as we put them down, we even put a lock and chain on the inside. They got a truck or whatever, hooked up to it, snatched it out.
How can this be happening in the city and nobody?
Oh, it's
said or knows?
What happened was when they started selling the metals in Belglade, metal went up for sale. So that's what I tell you. They took just about every storm drain we had cover and took it, cut it up, and sold it.
But the worst part of that is across from the old hospital, the storm drains that they took the top off. They're about 4 feet deep. Mm-hmm. So now kids was walking to school in kind of in the dark, when they're going to school. And if you get a kid to fall in that drain and drown, nobody's liable but the city. They don't want to hear about people stealing the drainage tops off of it. And I mean, this been going on for a minute now. Because right from my cousin's house, they got 2 drains that didn't have a top on it. And these little first and second graders walking to school in the dark, playing around and fall in there and drown or break his neck or whatever. And,
And it goes to even with us putting down the wood. The wood is just temporary, but it is not safe. So being able to make sure that we have covering that is pliable and not going to be removed. You know, putting down wood shouldn't even be an option at all. So we have to be able to come up with the resources that will allow us to get the equipment that we need to be able to do what we need to do. Yes, yeah.
And they do it. I mean, there was a question that someone asked. I think you asked Commissioner Perez. What time do they do it? They do it during peak hours where they know people at work or sleeping, and so it's kind of hard to get them then. So they kind of they're very strategic about how they do it.
Okay, real quick, since Gonzalez has joined us. Flip the chart back. Gonzalez, we wanted, just real quick, under attainable and affordable housing. What was your vision, sir? What we have right off the bat. So we started off with housing. So Perez said we need options on the 35 acres. We need to partner with Habitat for Humanity and the county. She said for our empty lots, we need to do infill, single-family infill housing if they're buildable. Define affordable versus workforce. Let's see here. Then Vice Mayor. Agreed with using our 35 acres, sitting idle, balance our community housing. Don't just flood it with low to mod income housing. Let's get market rate. Meeting with Rodden Avenue landowners, as well as general landowners about what they plan to do with their properties. Developing a housing plan for diversification, and our biggest need is single-family housing. That was what Mervyn has said. So then what would be in this 3-year vision, what would be your things you'd like to see, sir?
I support all those ideas. Those are good. So those are real good. So I support those. What I would like to add is to see which available land is adjacent to our city limits and see if the county can help us out to extend our territory so we can bring in some affordable housing.
Okay, so adjacent.
Anything else? That's it for now.
All right, then you can start us off on the next section, which is sustainable infrastructure. So for that, what would you like to see for infrastructure?
More street lights, speed bumps, where there's kids active in neighborhoods. And to get our street lights possibly upgraded, or not street lights, the stoplights, because I noticed those stoplights are missing lights.
The stop signs.
The stop.
Have the lights on.
Yeah, the stoplights with the LED. I think we talked about that before. You can't hear me? I hear myself real loud. Yeah, with the LED, right.
He said, more street
Right, exactly.
Brighter.
Like when we were at Shive Island.
Speed bumps.
And to see if we can get our stop lights, you know, like where you stop at, get those upgraded, because those look pretty old. No, our stop lights. We only have two intersectional stop lights. Traffic lights, thank you, correct.
That's if not, right?
Yeah. Yeah, more upgraded, because I mean,
AJ, look into the cost of upgrading our stop signs where when you come up, it has like the solar to it, and then it'll light up to let you know stop.
right, even where the school bus stops are at, let's get more modernized. You know, it would beautify the city up.
Yeah, we got to update the
opinion.
school yield signs. Yeah, school zone.
And not to cut up Commissioner Gonzalez off, if you ride through the city, someone done spray painted all of the street signs. They done the limited sign. They done spray painted.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Yeah, the aluminum.
They going around spray painting.
No stop sign.
They going
So I
around
think a
spray
lot of our signs
spray
need to be
painting the stop
replaced.
signs. When we change them out, they go and spray paint them again.
Yeah, because I know
We got like 6 of them right now.
and then some,
But can we, not to interrupt, Vice Mayor, we need to put them higher. You know, that's what I said when I look at other cities or when I come down from West Palm, I notice they're not at 8 feet. They're really at 10.
Okay.
So we need
I know the law
longer
said,
poles.
The law says 7, but I try 10.
Yeah.
but let's
I
go
think
by
it's
what the
correct.
law says.
Yeah, I know the law says
The
7.
Yeah, I
law
think- I
says
think- I
7.
think
You
it's
got to
probably
do the
7
7.
foot.
But I know if you ride through the city,
I think the minimum.
I know it's short.
Yeah, the minimum
Yeah,
is
it's
7.
short. It's like 7.
You can go up higher.
yeah, it's too
It's
high.
just
You're not going to
it's
see
just
it if you're riding in a
private.
car.
Some of them.
Depends on what.
Well, it depends on what
road is
where
on.
the road you're
Yeah,
coming up to. So if you're along South Lake and all that, that's state. Bacon Point, state. If it's coming out to it, we wouldn't replace the sign or the stop sign.
But I think just some of the stop signs here need to be.
Right. And another.
So if it say 7, it's 7. Don't try to do 10 if it's only.
Maybe also looking at material, that sometimes there's material that's created for signs like that where you can wipe off the spray paint. So whatever the gloss or the finish is that's on the material, it's supposed to repel those things so it doesn't stay on it. So it kind of like stays wet. You know how like you write on plastic with a marker and you can still kind of wipe that off? There's some material that we can look into getting, if that's possible, to where it would make it easier to get those things off versus us having to completely replace them.
Well, getting back to Ms. Adams said, just the mindset of our community. And like Mr. Tapo said, yeah, they cannot, you cannot go around with spray painting the signs in the city or stealing the crate out of the ground. It's just, throwing trash just anywhere. It's the mindset of the community. Right. Take pride where you live at. Just take pride where you live.
And we could also look into doing something with PBSO because they have task force, or we can create a task force for that and create a tip line and see if we can incentivize residents to be able to call those things in when they see them.
Question, do we not have an ordinance on pollution, like where I know in some cities there's a $500 fine for polluting or what have you. There's some cities but that's a rural area where you don't see a piece of paper on the ground. Is there
littering and
yeah, that's what
there's language for littering and dumping. It's just getting the residents to buy into it, and I guess that's where that conversation we could probably have with PBSO to create a task force or to create a tip line or whatever, so that they can start seeing their presence in the community as well as ours, not just not just for the other things that they've seen them for, but for those things as well. Because I don't think they see it as something serious because we're not cracking down on them. and enforcing it. So if we start to crack down on them and make a few examples, then we'll start to see it slowing down, and eventually,
It
hopefully,
goes back to that relationship that we have with PBSO,
Yeah.
and then ensuring that it is reinforced, those conversations, everything from city tickets to parking to, driving
Loitering.
fast, the trucks coming through. So
That's
it goes
right.
back to all of those conversations with PBSO, ensuring that, they are doing what they need to do in accordance with our ordinances and our law.
And maybe a town hall with the residents on keeping your community clean. Adopt your street, adopt your own street. If you live on this street, this city, this community, we're going to take care of this street. Let everybody take care of where they live, and it'll be a better place,
Yeah. And when we have community events, we have to stress that. Because we had I Love Pahokee Day out here, and when I came back, we came back over the weekend and saw the amount of trash right by a garbage can. They don't love Pahokee if they doing it. We gotta stress that when we're having our events, that if you love Pahokee, let's do our part in keeping it clean.
Yeah, this is your community. This is our community. We say, the community Pahokee is bad. It's not bad by itself. Somebody make it bad, because you have to throw trash on the ground. So.
But when you, right quick, when you say let's bring PBSO into the picture, you want to make sure now when they come that they don't come in and go to beating up on people. I mean, you want to make sure, because you got a guy, they're going to have an attitude. You know what I mean? And you don't want a guy to have 30 stitches just for getting spraying a sign.
and that's where community policing comes in. So when PBSO has their community policing division, which is head up by Lieutenant Avey and Sergeant Berger, who is always present in the meeting. So we would most likely start that conversation with them and see who else they can bring into the mix. They're very present, and I think at this point the community is very familiar with them. So them heading up an initiative like that would probably be the better approach, so that the community can receive it better, and it doesn't feel as like an aggressive approach, but more of a camaraderie or a team approach.
Right,
so to
because
speak.
what happens is whatever goes down, it falls back on the city. It falls back on the commissioners. Well, they had the parks closed up. They had this done and they had that done. You know what I mean? I think just Mother's Day, I think they came downtown and they had a big, gathering or whatever. And the PBSO came down by the liquor store and put on the sirens. And people staying across the street in their apartment, and they telling people, you got to get off the street, go home. You don't want to make a bigger problem than what you already got.
So, and when you, yeah.
Exactly what I said in the meeting. I do not want returning to the days when Chandler's was here that it looked like a dead town. You could have gatherings, you could have, conversations. Every country, every state, every municipality has it.
Microphone.
There is limited activities and things to do in this community. As long as you're not breaking the law, you shouldn't be telling people, and especially in that manner, because at the end of the day, you have to give respect to receive respect. And as far as the littering, a big concern to me is the youth. The youth. They're walking around and they're to the floor, whenever I see them, say, hey, don't you see a garbage can there? Pick it up, throw it in the garbage. We don't go to your house and throw, trash in your house. Don't litter the streets. We need to also educate. Just like, in the recreation department, in the classrooms. Are you done with your plate? Pick it up, throw it in the garbage. Don't do it for them. teach them from when they're little. Are you done? Did you put that there? I didn't do it. It doesn't matter. Help the recreation department. Help us have a nice, clean place. Please pick it up and take it. And if you see somebody that's not doing it, tell them. You don't have to tell me, tell them, hey, that's your plate, go throw it in the garbage. Because, I did that with the football team.
Good point. Thank you. I'm going to move it along a little bit. So back to Gonzalez so he can finish out his infrastructure part. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Also, if we can do something with our downtown streets, the main streets, like Main Street, Bacon Point Road, and even this little strip here, South Lake Avenue.
North Lake.
Yeah, North Lake, thank you. If we could do something to draw attention, like maybe be festive, put some city flags on every third light pole or something, if we can get that lit to bring attention to our city. So the more attractive it is, people want to stay more and get to know the community, make it feel more welcoming. And if we could put a sign to, like we had, I don't know how long ago it was, Miss Regina, when we had that sign going across the road for the lake, if we can bring that back. AJ's aware of it. If we can bring that, actually we spoke about that a couple of times. If we can bring that back in.
Ban that. You can't put I don't think you can put a street across the sign.
Yeah, this time we can add LED lights on it to bring it attention. It'll help out the Muck Tavern. It'll help out the RV park. It'll
what I'm saying, FDOT
draw attention.
Ban, you can't put how you talking about the banners cross.
Right.
That FDOT ban that you can't put that on.
Yeah, no banners. It would have to be actual infrastructure, like an arch.
No, it was made of metal. It wasn't just a banner. It was made of.
It was like an arch.
Yes.
Was that the sign that had all the churches?
No.
You talking about across the road?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. FDOT ban anything from going across.
Right, and if we could do something with the flags coming up the hill, because I think, to me, if we can advertise our city a little bit better, we can draw more attention. Like, back when it was in the 80s and 90s, early 90s, It was packed. I don't know if you're here, but I know AJ was here. I know AJ for many years.
I'm born and raised here.
Really? I thought you just moved here about 7 years ago. All right. So, yeah.
So I've been here 57 years. I'm born and raised here.
You're 57?
No, live on, yeah.
Okay.
What you're saying is, I remember just
Microphone.
recently, Christmas, when they had that lot set up with the Christmas tree and the Santa Claus, you'd be surprised of how many people noticed that and how that just brightened up your city. I mean, just that one area.
Right. See, I don't know about you guys, but I lived back in the 90s. I moved out of the city of Pahokee. I moved to different states and different cities, and I got to learn how they run their things. And the more festive it is, the more welcoming it is for strangers that come by, outsiders to come by and spend their money within the city limits. And that's possibly it could bring in some new residents, which we do need.
Which I think is a good idea. The reason why I say they banned it, because we looked into that before a couple of years ago. I think it was for the Martin Luther King thing, and they were going to put a banner across the street. Like the announcement, everybody come in, they can see it. But FDOT said no.
Yeah, just a regular banner, you can't. It has got to be actual structure. You can do it. Because I think we looked at it, right, Miss Regina?
That thing.
We looked into the arc, right?
That thing, you talking about, we had it going up right before you come up the hill. That big arc. But what happened was, when they was drilling in the hill up here to put this wall down, they broke it and they never put it back.
Who was that? Can we hold them responsible?
The company that's doing the drilling into the hill.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about.
And then tell them go further. Now on that side of the hill, Army Corps engineer says what? No drilling.
Yeah, they don't want us to put it back.
So now there's no drilling.
But on this side of here, I already talked to the Army Corps of Engineers. They
They
told me, I spoke with them a couple months ago.
But
they told me they can't do nothing on this side.
It wasn't on the hill. It was down by our shop.
Yes. On flatland.
Okay,
it was down by our shop.
City flatland, yes.
You still can see where we got cones
there's
over
a
there.
mark there.
Right.
The pole there.
That's where it was at, what he's talking about.
Okay,
Right.
let's move along. So,
Just one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever we do, maintenance is the key. Because you could spend millions of dollars, and if things happen and you don't take care of it, we're gonna have, well, probably I won't be here, but the conversation is gonna happen again because you don't maintain it. That's what's happened to this city.
I agree with you. So, all right, Perez, real quick on infrastructure, 3-year vision. You have anything else to add in addition to roads, storm drainage, culverts, sidewalks, bigger water pipes, sewage pipes, lights, landscaping, bus stops? Is that pretty much it on your list?
No, as long as you have a place for, the safe place for pedestrians, you got a safe place for your vehicles, you got your lights, your street lights, street signs,
brighter, right? We need them brighter, especially like down on Larimar. We want them brighter, right?
The LEDs?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when I say street lights, that's what I mean. Because some of these roads, when it gets dark, I don't see how people walk on them and feel safe. Because they're dangerous.
Some background music while you do it.
And you got to be thinking, too, when you're saying street lights and all of that, you got to be conscious of most of the people that's walking. These are people that don't really have a job, don't have a house. It's not everyday people that's working. It's basically in the homeless field. So that's who you're trying to look out for, educate or whatever. It's not, like this meeting here. How do you get this out to the residents? What's going on, and how do you keep them abreast with what's going on Barfield? Most people aren't going to be on a computer. Most people are old, and they don't know how to operate a computer. So is it any way that maybe you can just have a little flyer like this and be able to stick it in their mailbox so they might read it, because most of them aren't going to go on the internet to pull this up. When you get people my age, we ain't doing this, and you want to, let them know what's going on.
Let me ask this question, Ms. Blanco. Can we do mailers through Palm Beach County for the water? Can we put, how you do those stuffers? Yes. And that way it goes to the people who paying for the water bills and all that stuff. You got that, and then there's always an agreement with the post office where you can do bulk mailing. Mm-hmm. So we'll look into that and see, because I don't know if we've ever had a stuffer since I've been here.
Mr. Lucas,
we can do it.
If I may, I just reminded me of something. Can we do something here at the marina to open up the north end of the marina so people can park and enjoy the marina? Because yesterday I came by here for like 2 hours just walking the area. And I noticed a lot of people were coming in during lunchtime, and their vehicles were literally parked in the wrong direction and blocking the entrance of the main road. I know they don't have bad intentions, but they had nowhere else to park. I'm talking about no, there's no parking. Where's the parking at?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, but how far is that from the actual picnic area? Yeah, if you go in there and driving in there northbound, it says no parking on grass, and then you have here where they can't park. Yeah, that's quite a distance, all the way to the very end, far end. Open it back up like it used to be. Well, if we could put, well, everybody here is aware how it used to be, and nobody had an issue. This is a Chandler deal that messed it up. Yeah, it should be gravel. Put some asphalt where they could park there and enjoy their lunch. Literally, it was like you couldn't go through there.
The reason I say that, you just talk about upgrading. The reason why I just asked that is because you talk about upgrading and getting new development and bringing things up. If you go to any other park, you cannot park on grass. Right now, we even rode through, that McClure we rode through, they putting trees up where you can't park on grass. You know, they putting little trees where residents.
So we're bringing.
Let me just finish. You know, whether you live here or not, and the tree, and then the space is here, and it's closer to your door. They're putting trees up, so you cannot park there. So you still have to park here and walk here. But what I'm saying is, that's additional parking. It does not matter who did it. It was done.
It matters who did it. It's a fact. It matters who did it. Because that person messed up the city.
It was done to put a new look to your marina, but there's additional parking there. You know, if you go to the beach, most people have a drop-off. Say you go drop off your stuff, put it to your table, and then you got to go park your car somewhere else. Because now if you do that, you still won't be able to put 20 or 30 cars up along by the table.
Yeah, you just don't get it. This is the city of Pahokee. Every individual here that
Okay.
knows that we want
hold on.
reopened.
Point of order. Point of order.
Exactly.
Perez. Gonzalez. We're here for input. I'm not here to hear.
That's what I'm saying.
Criticism.
She came in here for the criticism.
Look,
I'm going to speak my mind. I don't care who's.
I understand that, but for all intents and purposes, let's play nice. Let's move forward. I'm getting y'all's input.
Okay.
Staff is getting your input.
So please let me finish without any interruptions.
Yeah.
Okay, and back to what I'm saying. Let's focus. Every citizen here in Pahokee, a lot of them already came to me and asked me about the issue. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys heard about it already. I'm not making this up. Anybody can come here to the marina, try to enjoy a day out in the picnic area, and there's nowhere for them to park. Before Mr. Williamson was here, we never had an issue with that area. And I'm bringing this up because it's a fact. We need to reopen it for the citizens and the people who come and visit us so they can have a place to enjoy their time and enjoy the... Yeah, that's the only parking we have right there between two pavilions. We can only park, 2 cars? Maybe 1, 2 cars?
All it takes is cleaning it up and doing a little parking. You do it in between, you can park for this one and for this one.
I mean,
Is that the gravel area?
like I was saying, I was here yesterday. I took videos and pictures, and literally, there's nowhere for the people to park to enjoy their time they want to spend there.
Is it the gravel area you're talking about?
They got trying to put this concrete board around the end from point A to point B.
So have you witnessed what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying? All right, so I have to look into this for you. All right, so Vice Mayor, on the infrastructure, just concluding everything since I got Perez, Gonzalez, and this 3-year vision. Is there any other things? Inner City Road.
You got the phase 4 project out there. That's 3rd Street, Clarissa, Begonia area. I think those roads are the most. And Rodney, I think those roads are the worst. I think what is that road? That shallow system. What's that road? Is Martin King coming all the way across? Yeah. And it's a big, that road also is the best. So the inner city road is the biggest part of infrastructure and sidewalks.
So basically from 14th Terrace coming all the way down, all the way over to Lattimore, all that would be considered the inner city?
Yeah, where you got Rodney, you have Clarissa, Begonia, 5th Street, which is the Martin Luther King. You have Cypress, they still have that big, exactly in Anonia. Wherever you go, it's straight from the bottom of your car.
Cypress and 4th.
Yeah, you have Cypress, you have Begonia, you have Anonia. There's a big hill. You have Martin Luther King in front of the park. It's the infrastructure. It's the inner city. Your state roads are your Baker Point Road, East Main, your South. Those are going to be taken care of because we don't take care of those. But it's your inner city roads that the city roads are
So there's
and
about
sidewalks.
69, 70 roads that the city, that are arterial, not the arterial roads, but the roads that run the streets, that's our responsibility.
You know McClure is getting done. That's already on to be done, but yeah, Third Street. Yeah, that's the Phase 4 project. That's the Phase 4. That's the one we're praying that there's no collision happens right there, because everybody's going on that one little section trying to get into the good part of the road, and it's about there. Yeah, right on Amarillo, and then right there on the corner of Begonia and Third, right there.
If I may, one thing we do have to take into consideration, and so when we're looking at the 3-year forecast for infrastructure, is looking at defining, and it'll go back to working with Public Works Department to ensure that we line up which roads are the most neediest, because that those EDTF dollars, which is the $210,000 that we were receiving, there's no guarantee that moving forward in the future, we will get those funds. So the city may have to have the funds to repair our roads, whether it's resurfacing or reconstruction of those roads that from Monona to Flame to any of those roads. So that those $210,000 that we were getting from FDOT, which we're on Phase 4 now, does not guarantee that we will be receiving 5, 6, 7, or any of that. So just when we look at our budget and think about the 3-year plan, which roads we will be starting with. So we'll work with Public Works Department to start identifying which roads are the most neediest, and we work within the same thing that goes with our storm drains, identifying drainage and culverts, which are the most neediest to fit within our 3-year plan, which we'll work on first, and then moving towards that next section of 5-year, what we'll have get accomplished between the 3 and the 5 years.
But if you ride out, you and another person ride out for 10 minutes through town, only going to take you 10 minutes, and you log down, you say, well, go down 3rd Street. You know that's the worst road, not counting McClure. Mm-hmm. And then you ride down the next road. You ride down the next road. It take you and another employee, let's say a half hour, and you got all the bad roads listed.
Well, I have a list of all of our roads, and that's why I know it's like a total of 75, including McClure, Laramore, all of those roads. And AJ and I had done that before, and I've highlighted what has been repaired. So we have those roads, but remember also that this was done in the beginning. There's been a year gap, and because our environment has changed so much, yes, we know it only takes a couple of minutes, but I want to ensure within what the commissioners are looking at, what roads, so within that 3-year plan, we're covering our roads, taking into account what we have budgeted for that, because in this conversation includes the dollars. So we have to ensure that when we're talking about housing, when we're talking about infrastructure, we're looking at what the cost is and how we're able to sustain, and making sure that we have the funding regardless of whatever the resources are or wherever the money is coming from, that we know we're going to have to set aside these dollars to ensure that we're accomplishing our goals.
Okay. This is where the planning comes in. Okay? This is the planning. So you're trying to pinpoint the areas of need. If you have the water department that's already telling you where your drains, your pipes, and all that. Okay, so you have that. You're already going to do that. So start looking into it. What money is out there? First of all, you got to know. You got to have your engineer. He's got to tell you. And this I'm telling you because, I mean, any engineer that you know that in 50 years the road hasn't touched, you're doing reconstruction is constructing all over again. So you get your numbers, what those numbers are going to be. You got your road, you got your sidewalk, you got your drainage, all that has to do up on the top. How much are your lights? Everything you're gonna need for that space that you're getting money from the county, that the water utilities upgrading, then you try to go with FDOT. If the FDOT don't have a county, the state, okay, we have an idea. We could, from the budget, we could use this much. We're gonna need this much, so we're gonna have to fill in the gap with this. So that's where the planning comes in. And it should all be done at the same time. Now you do half the water over there and you cover 4 roads over here, because that's defeating the purpose. It should all be done, at the same time till we finish with Pahokee.
And that's why I'm saying with this conversation, we have to take that into consideration, because this is part of this forecasting and strategic planning is to look at what you all are wanting to have accomplished within the 3 years. So then we're able to look at when we're budgeting and we're starting to work on our budget for next year, the years to come, we're taking all of that into consideration, because we know we are living in volatile times where inflation, everything has gone up. So we have to take those into consideration, taking into what money the city already has, as well as what may be out there for us to go after. So yes, it takes the planning.
And an important thing is the city revenue. Where can you increase your revenue?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
It comes back to this place.
Yep, and that is a part of this conversation.
So for instance, I know you're talking in the round table and for the commissioners and all of you all, but the thing is that you can't exclude your residents. They need to know what's going on. I mean, because people are saying, why is it taking them so long to fix 3rd Street, that road? I mean, why? It's been over a year, 2 years. Just one little section as long as the tiki bar. That's the section that people are having to go across each other. But you got to keep your residents informed on what's going on.
And so with this, Mr. Babb, we're hoping that this conversation, what we learn from our commissioners, seeing what they want, then we turn around and do a town hall so that conversation can expand to our residents. And the residents can have that conversation based on what the commissioners have identified that they're interested in, and it matches up with what the residents see. So we're hoping that in the next couple of weeks, we can turn around and have that candid conversation about what you want, what is needed, and what's taking place, so we can move forward.
In order to bring jobs, to attract, all we need is one big or moderate size industry to come here. That's all we need. But they're not going to come until we're ready. And infrastructure is the main thing. They look at infrastructure, schools, what do you have in the community to offer? So we need to get ready. And then we are compatible. We could compete, because like I said, Pahokee is, if we get the infrastructure, they're going to be begging us to come.
So
here.
when we are participating in the BDD,
So we've this is for the Commissioner Adams, and you keep calling him Mr. Babb. Tadpole last name is Brown. So can you accordingly say Mr. Brown? He ain't said nothing, but don't be getting the man's name wrong.
It wasn't intentional.
She's reading what's on the shirt.
Yeah, he's looking at the shirt. Okay, so we got 3 more sections. That's economic development, financial stability, environmental viability. Now, Perez has already eased into the economic development and financial part of it. So I'll start down here with Gonzalez on your 3-year vision for economic development for City of Pahokee, sir.
Well, I'm gonna stick to what I was been saying for a couple of years already. We need more pavilions to rent out to draw revenue. And another thing is, if we can put out parking meters in certain areas, I really don't know where, but somewhere around the marina, maybe downtown, certain areas, we could draw in some extra revenue. It seems to work out for West Palm Beach and other areas. So I think those are the two main things we can do.
All right, pavilions and parking meters. All right, Vice Mayor, what is your 3-year vision for Pahokee on economic development?
Streets and roads, housing, job opportunities.
All right, streets, roads.
You hated the rest of it after you found a good foundation first.
Okay, good foundation, okay. And what was the other? Housing and jobs, okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Bowden, your 3-year vision on economic development, and then we'll go back and capture your infrastructure and housing 3-year vision.
Without going into too much detail, I'll just kind of list them. Of course, we need to attract businesses. We need to encourage entrepreneurship and encourage and support entrepreneurship and small business. We do need workforce development. We need infrastructure development. We need to introduce innovation and technology. We need tourism and cultural development. We need sustainable development, which is integrating sustainable principles into our economic development strategies. We need to collaborate with partners as well. When we talk about economic development, I'll just kind of give you that list. I won't get too far into detail.
You don't went through the whole list already. You went through the whole.
Yeah, we already did all that.
Oh, y'all already did it?
Everything.
The whole thing.
So that means I know what I'm talking
You're caught up. You just caught up.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Good though. Good though.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think on my thing, we need to work. The city needs to work in revenue, creating revenue. Okay, the city itself, so that we could sustain ourselves, and we could also be part of the development of the city and not have to depend on grants and other sources. We could go to them for a helping hand, but not to put out a hand. That's one thing. And to me, like I say, in this the marina area, one of my suggestions was the city could even, we got the ARPA money. Like I told you, those little cabins, like the ones that are out there, they're not called cabins. They're
like tiny houses.
Yeah. Those things, I don't know the price now, but if they were being sold to the public in a trailer park, that they were putting them in, they were being sold for under $100,000, I'm sure that if you take, let's say, $100,000, buy 10 of them, put $10,000 down, they'll pay for itself, because you could rent them out. You could rent them out, seasonal. You could rent them out, like a bed and...
One second on that thought. AJ, is there some kind of ruling where there's a liveaboard situation at the campground like it is for the boats?
Yeah. Yeah. Either you could rent them out, we could rent them out as a municipality, okay? Or you could sell them to individuals for them to use them as income generating. They're paying the city for the lot, and they're paying the city to own, the cabin. And you gotta let them know it has to be movable. If a hurricane comes, Corps of Engineer, I think, requires sometimes, depending on the category, that you move them. I know that Jim had that problem, when the hurricane, he was here, that came. So, that's one way that we could generate money. On the other side, you're investing, but you're recovering at the same time. And it's not much that we got to do. Once we do that, then you could sell some, you could operate some. It doesn't take much. You just need repair and maintenance and housekeeping. You got enough personnel that they could rent these things. You got a lady there that's already doing it. So she could take care of dispatching the housekeeping, and you got your maintenance. If anything happens, you got public works that could do whatever maintenance. So that's something that we could do as a municipality. When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about the entire city. Mm-hmm. We're going to tackle it by needs, the most needy first, or however, but that needs to be done. You got to have good roads, good drainage, good infrastructure. You got to have that. Once you got the infrastructure, then you could bring your businesses in, your big businesses, a big entity, that could employ 40, 50 people, 100 people, God knows. But once you have all that, and the other part is community involvement, participation, education. Once they start seeing the changes, their morale is going to go up. You gotta think that the people that were born and raised in this city, seeing it declining, depreciating, and going from bad to worse, it just takes your morale. Why am I going to care? Nobody cares. And I know it because I've been out there, and when I campaign, I talk to everybody. And the morale is down. But if they see that you're putting your money where your mouth is, that you're actually not just talking about it, but they see things going up, things being completed, things happening, they're going to partake. They're going to get involved because everybody wants the best. And it's not only for our generation. We are responsible for the generations under us. If we don't do it, nobody's going to do it. And if we don't do it, we're being neglectful.
If I may interrupt.
What's the question?
If I may interrupt right quick. I'm going along with what Ms. Perez says. And one thing that she did mention is about the businesses to come to Pahokee. In other words, I'm trying to get my thoughts here, okay. She brought up businesses. And I think that we should find a way to work with our local Chamber of Commerce, because the Chamber of Commerce plays a big factor in our city, in the community. So I don't know what is going on with the Chamber of Commerce, how we can get that connection back together and try to improve ourselves within our city.
Quite frankly, I don't think, in my opinion, the local Chamber of Commerce has done much for us at all. I think we should explore our options and see who could actually come in and hit the ground running. I know that's something we're going to discuss in the next regular scheduled commission meeting, but I definitely think we should keep our options open to see what other.
I definitely think I have an opposite opinion on that.
Well, that's fine. We've
done
the past 40 years, we've seen nothing in the city of Pahokee.
Have you ever been involved with the chamber?
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Right.
She's
well,
right.
You know what? It hasn't been effective then.
Has it
Which
been
is more
effective?
of a reason to explore our options.
It hasn't been effective in the past 10 years.
Which is more of a reason to explore our options.
The city as a
Which
whole.
is more of a reason to explore our options.
I have a question. I think what we have not here, demolition, and also when we ride through the city, we have buildings. You know, I know we have a lot that need to be demolished that sits on land that can be ready, shovel land. You know, for future businesses. I know. I think about probably almost about 7-8 years ago, they did have a plan for how the downtown area would look. Mm-hmm. I know, is that still in effect? I know we have, and if we could get it intact with whomever owned all of the businesses up on that corridor, you know, to bring their buildings up, because we have a lot of businesses that's closed, that's boarded up, that's falling apart, that need to be addressed. Also, I know there was an ordinance put out probably every 5 years that businesses had to paint or do a facelift of their property. Where are we with that? You know, we need to. It's not all the time what the city can do for them. It's what can they do also for the city. It's their business. So you know, we cannot. You know, we don't have the funds just to shovel out. But if you have a business or if you have something that's close, you also kind of seek help to get your business up and running. Also, you know, than just sitting there, you know, just board it up. And I know I wrote with the city manager and pointed out some buildings that need to be demolished. They're falling apart. We still have the building on that's South Lake. That's, you know, by the bank that needs to come down. You have buildings along further down, you know, that needs to be demolished. You know, so we need to bring some of these property owners to the table, and what are they going to do to their property? You know, something. You know, in some cities it won't happen. You know, I think we've been very lenient with not putting fines, putting anything, and they've just been sitting there. But we need to get like other cities and get aggressive. We cannot always just sit back. Oh, well, we need, you be open friendly and city friendly, give out, but you also got to put some things in place if you want your city to move forward. You just got to do it. You can't do it in Wellington. You can't do it in Royal Palm. Can't do it in West Palm. But we got to get upgrade our code enforcer, and we got to have to put some things in place. You know, we got homeowners. We got people that rent properties that don't take care of their property. You know, we gotta be more aggressive with business owners too.
Can I say something real quick? There's a saying: you don't get what you want, you get what you are. And Commissioner Perez said something that resonated with me. She said, the morale is down. The morale starts with us as leaders of this city. And if we're going to be leaders of this city, and if we're going to be commissioners, we need to put Pahokee above everything. We need to put Pahokee above everything. Sometimes it seems like we commit, our loyalty is to individuals as opposed to what's best for this city. And if we want the morale to be boosted in this city, we have to show that type of leadership. That type of leadership comes with making a commitment to the city of Pahokee, not to an individual or small group of individuals. It comes with looking for what's best for the city. You put 3 different people or 3 different organizations next to one another, and you choose the one that can offer your city the best. It's not about a commitment to a person or a small group of people. It's about a commitment to the city of Pahokee. We have to lead, and we have to lead the right way. If you want your child to be educated well, and you have the option between 3 teachers, and one of those teachers offers absolutely nothing to your child, and you have another teacher that offers a little bit and another that offers a lot, which one are you going to go with? It's just that simple. It's just that simple. What's best for my child? Who can give my child the best opportunity to be educated? It's not about I might like that teacher that can't offer anything. I might think that teacher that can't offer anything is a great person. But I'm not going to choose that person because that person does not offer my child the best. If we want to lead and we want to boost the morale, like Commissioner Perez said, we need to look at the facts and we need to look at what they have to offer our city. Period. Compare that. Don't compare the people, compare what they have to offer. Don't compare the entity, compare what they have to offer. And whoever offers you the best package, whoever offers you the best, you go with that person. Who would not want what's best for their child? Treat Pahokee the same way.
make a commitment to the city of Pahokee, not to individuals, to the city of Pahokee, and who could give the city of Pahokee the best. This is what we should be doing as leaders. When people see us committing to individuals, that hurts our morale. Our commitment is to whoever can offer us the best. Whoever can offer the city of Pahokee the best. Not an individual, or not a small group of individuals. If we're going to lead, this is how we lead. Let's look at the facts. Let's actually do some research and see what people have to offer. Some of these people have a combined 200 years of experience in many different fields, and we want to disregard them because of our commitment to an individual. We cannot do that and lead Pahokee correctly.
I got something to say. Okay, I'm glad that you spoke those words. I'm glad that you spoke those words. And I hope that everyone that's sitting here remembers those words, not just when it's to your convenience or anybody's convenience, but when think of the city. That's why we don't get along. That's why we're not united.
Exactly.
Okay?
We're not united because we as leaders have a tendency to be loyal to specific people and not the city.
Certain individuals.
I am not married to any individual, and my best interest has always been the city of Pahokee, the community.
And I hope the people remember our words today. Just
Yes.
Yes. I echo what you said.
Another thing that I want to piggyback is on the business side. Okay, the business side. It's one thing to speak about the businesses when you don't own a business or when you haven't.
No business background.
I'm speaking myself now, okay? We have been in this city. When we came to this city, if you notice, my husband's family, they own most of the properties. When we came, those properties were dilapidated. They spend their own money. They never borrow any money from the county, from the city, from anybody. They work very hard. They renovated it. They gave people in this community places to rent, to live, at rent that was affordable. Not that they came and made money out of it. They struggled all their life in this city to keep the business going, because there's never been anybody from this city that have gone out to the community and say, okay, we have this program, that program, that program. How can I help you? What can I do it? And yes, we got multiple properties, and yes, we would love to do what that plan said, which, to tell you the truth, none of their family was called in to say, this is what we want to do to downtown. How can we help you to make it happen? They were not part of the planning. They were not part of the vision. That was done independently with somebody else's property. And yes, who in this town doesn't want it, who that has a business don't want to have a business that, that it's way better than what they have. But if you're not making the money, but you're sustaining your community by giving them the product or the service that they have to get from elsewhere, don't come down on the business, but go to them, meet with them, see what they need and how you could help them, because the resources are out there. We just never have done a very good job in going out and offering it.
If I could, right quick, on the economic development part, it was a time the city of Pahokee used to have their own water set up, where they got revenue from the water. They had their own trash department, where they got revenue from that. So those were the two biggest things, and for whatever reason, the city lost that. That was a lot of revenue left.
They gave it up.
The city turned it over to Palm Beach County, but Polanco, don't we still get revenues from that?
Yeah.
We still get revenues from
Right.
water and sewer, not as much as we did because
right.
we were in control.
And even with the garbage, the city had their own garbage truck. They did their own trash. But now going back some years, see what happened, there was businesses all down Rodden Avenue, all down South Lake, the Western Auto, the hardware, Minor Supermarket and stuff. What happened when they got rid of the Jamaicans from coming here, that almost killed your city. Exactly. All that businesses, when people had shoe stores, they had theaters, they had all of this, they had filling stations that was going on. But when you got rid of the Jamaicans, that was a big part of your income that you lost. You had guys driving taxis, and you got to move up to the 20th century. You can't stay back there. But most of those people that own those businesses that we're talking about, they done died out. The Friendly Cafe people, these people, they've passed out. So nobody have taken the torch. That's why there's no businesses here.
Another thing.
And piggybacking on what you said, absolutely correct. We also pretty much lost our middle class. So middle class is what's going to sustain us. We lost that. And this is why I think housing is going to be a huge solution to a lot of the problems that we have. We have to address housing.
Can I piggyback off what Commissioner Perez said? We got to find innovative ways to generate revenue for ourselves. And one way I was thinking was that you can send economic development, Parks and Rec to different cities. I know we're not Miami or Orlando, but they put on events every year in their city that we can duplicate. We see that the marina can be used to host events because it just hosted a car show which generated a lot of money. We can do events here. We've done them before on this marina. We had a heritage festival years ago where we had big name people come in and do an event. We need to go to the bigger cities and mimic what they're doing. Learn from them. Like they host the Jazz in the Gardens. We can do something right here, put on events here that will generate tons of money for us. We got the marina. We need to use it.
Correct.
So to Tyrone's point, and also to your point, Mr. Tadpole, addressing first Tyrone, we've been in conversation about that, and also with in our committee meetings about how we can do that. I've also been in contact with those cities, and they're willing to lend us the promoters that they've used, the companies that they've used, because most of these things are outsourced, and they do them in partnership or in tandem with us. So we are going to meet soon so that we can lock down a foolproof plan to present to administration, to our leadership, and go from there. And also to your point, Mr. Tadpole, and also Commissioner Perez and everyone, all the commissioners, in terms of the small businesses in our community, with the Economic Development Department, we reached out to many of the small businesses throughout the year. We had, I think, 2 or 3 forums. One was specifically with the Hispanic businesses during Hispanic Heritage Month, as well as the Black-owned businesses during Black Business Month. And one thing that we found was that many of the things that everyone here has shared as far as obstacles for these small businesses and keeping them sustainable and open in our communities is that, like Commissioner Perez said, lack of knowledge, lack of information. And so many of the businesses from those forums have been keeping up with us and have been in touch with us individually. What we would like to do is replicate these forums more often. So we're looking at a way to continue that, maybe quarterly, biannually, but just to continue that so we have our ears to the ground and listening for different ways that we can help our businesses, as well as taking the resources that we get and we filter them through. One of the several relationships that we've built, i.e. EEMC with Arnell. I forget her last name, Arnell Williams, I believe, Williams. She's one of the businesses that was present through those forums, and is now a friend of the city. She's now doing more and more in the city. You have BCI, you have Healthier Glades, who've been in the city, but now they're doing different things in the city to help the other businesses, and so on and so on. So it's Miss Nell EEMC is a for-profit business. She just started her nonprofit as well. There are other businesses as well as the Hispanic businesses. We speak with them. We're in touch with them, and all other businesses. It's a process. But as soon as we get information, we share it. If something is asked of us, we do the research. And we try to share as much information as we can. But it's also, you can't lead a...
Most of the older business owners, meaning that they have survived for decades, a lot of them are elderly, they're not computer savvy, they don't understand the paperwork, so it's not just doing a forum and telling them what's available, because they don't even go, because they don't understand it.
And to your point, we've been in touch. Yes, we've been in touch with them too. For example, you have George with the hardware store. That's how a lot of those conversations came up, where now they're trying to help him with getting him converting the shop and all the things that he's trying to do. So some of that has been from door knocking, dropping off flyers, having those conversations, reaching out to them. It's been a process, but I personally am not afraid to knock on doors and get through Barfield in the dust to have these conversations with the businesses. You also can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So after having these conversations, it's the legwork that business has to do too. Peggy. If I give you resources, Peggy, you also have to take advantage of it as well. And Peggy, if you need help, I'm here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The input is for them to tell us.
I know, but I'm giving them background. Thank you.
So the only thing that I was saying about businesses is that we get with and bring them to the table. I don't know what their struggles are. I don't know. But I'm saying, but if you're going to build your community up, they have to come to the table. Whether it be old businesses, new business. I'm just saying, but if you ride through your city, I'm just talking about the facelift of the business. But if they need help, okay, we have to find the resources for them to get here if they can. But what I'm saying is, we talking about beautifying the city. We're talking about bringing your city up to the 23rd century. And there are going to be some, I know we like the mom and pops stores to stay here, but in order to grow, there are going to be we need some name brand cities, businesses to come to your city. We need a Walgreens. And it might buy out this little business. I hate it because I know my pharmacy. I can go and talk to him or whatever, just walk in and don't have to have an appointment. That's fine. But there are going to be some Walgreens, but we cannot always not look at okay, we don't want Walgreens because we're going to knock out Mr. James, or we don't want the McDonald's because they're going to knock out the ones over here. No, we need some name brand in order to bring your city up to par. People say, man, y'all don't even have a one grocery store. I'm just saying we need more to, and just not to take long. I went down to Indian Town, one of Indian Town's meeting, they having the same meeting about what their plans are. They're planning now to put a $5 million Publix there. They're going to put in the McDonald's, and that city is no bigger than Pahokee. But you're going to need, it's not just to knock out your mom and pops, but we need some name brand businesses in our community. We need a Burger King. We need a Checkers. We need a Publix or what have you if they will come. That's what we need. I'm just talking about just bringing in business.
What I was talking about business, I wasn't talking about knocking out mom and pop shops.
Ms. Perez, I'm not finished. I wasn't talking about what you're
okay, but to answer your McDonald's and Burger Kings and all that, yeah, we need it and we want them here. They're the ones that don't want to come. You know why? Because we don't have the population. That's why they're not coming. We don't have the population. We don't have the infrastructure. That's what I said. We got to get ready so that we could attract these businesses.
Well, to just go to your point, Commissioner Perez, we do have the numbers when you look at economic development based on radius, you got 1 mile, 3 mile,
Well,
5
then
mile,
you need
and
to,
10.
You need to tell them, because every time we approach one of them, we had even Dunkin' Donuts that was coming where Hooks was. And you know where they went? To Belglade.
Yep.
And they had already looked at the property and everything.
Let me say this.
Because the numbers didn't make sense. Look at the businesses that have closed because they're not supported.
Let me say this. We're paying for the sins of the past.
Exactly.
Okay? For decisions that were made years ago, we are now paying for.
Exactly.
Okay?
And that's how you learn from your mistakes, right?
Exactly.
Let me finish. For us to attract industry, okay, we have to fix our infrastructure, our electrical, our plumbing. You can't get a manufacturer here or that's not going to be, our infrastructure will not be able to handle it. Yep. It'll blow it apart, okay? If you haven't noticed, Fort Lauderdale, city of Fort Lauderdale, had a major, this last time that it rained, there was flooding throughout Fort Lauderdale. About 2 to 3 years ago, Fort Lauderdale made or went out public to say how bad their infrastructure was and how the sins of the past were going to start paying back. I mean, getting them in trouble now, and that's exactly what happened. 2 years later, they had major flooding. Okay, we're not going to get the industry because we're not ready. Right. Okay, we need to look like McClure, that they're looking at changing piping from 12 inches to 16 inches. That's so that we can, years later, we can take on the volume. Okay? So, where do we get this money? Where do we get it? There's grants out there, I'm sure. Where do we go after it to put the infrastructure in place?
There's a lot of money for infrastructure, for broadband, for all
There's grants everywhere, but we have to go get it, and we have to show why we need it. They're not just going to give it to you. Okay? They're going to want to know why we need it and what our plan is for the future. This is, I spent most of my life in a private industry. And every time that we needed something, we had to put a plan together.
Mm-hmm. That's what we're doing.
We'd have to do a business plan.
All right.
Okay. Without a business plan, without showing the people that are going to give us this money to fix it, okay, we're not going to get it. Okay. So that's what we're doing. This is what we're doing. This is what our plan is for 3 years. And we'll look into our plans for 5 years. But we have to have a vision. Okay? And we have to fix what everybody did behind us. Exactly. And we now have a group here.
Or did not do.
We now have a group together that we want to fix what happened in the past. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 6 months. It's not going to happen in a year. And it's not going to happen in 3 years. But we're moving that way, and we're pushing to get there, okay? And unfortunately, it's time-consuming, but we'll get there. We'll make it, but we need everybody's commitment, everybody's desire to bring this city up where it needs to be in the new that's right.
Excusing what wasn't done or what was done wrong.
Exactly.
Carlos.
That's my point.
We need to stop it.
That is my point, and that is what I'm trying to say now. Forget what happened. Forget what happened in the past. Let's move forward.
You said,
let's make it right.
I agree.
Don't
defend the past and don't bring it up either.
Point of order.
Defend the past and don't bring the past up either. Let's move forward. Can we do that?
Look, we're here to talk about 3 and 5 year plan.
right. That's all I wanted to say.
Let's just stay on that, please.
So do not bring the past either to defend it or to excuse it. Because if you're going to defend or excuse it, I'm going to jump right up.
Yeah, let's not be biased on that situation.
Let it go by, let it
Go
go
ahead,
by.
Ms. Bowden.
So let's make sure we're clear
Go ahead, Ms. Bowden.
and define initiatives. And then we have, Ms. Bowden wants to say something. Did,
I just want to say that exactly what Mr. Carlos is saying. The commissioner, and you should get it in the next 4 or 5 days, we're in the process of doing it right now, is going to have a forum, a roundtable for the businesses in the Glades. Every business, whether it's one person running it or 100 people working there, all are invited to on June 20th at the Belgrade Library in the Civic Room there to come at 10 o'clock in the morning and tell the commissioner what you believe you need to make your business successful. And it's exactly what Mr. Carlos is
put down
saying.
June
What
20th
the
is,
reason she's doing this, and she's done it with different
Forum.
groups, is that the idea that she
County
can gather the
Commissioners Forum.
information and then go and say, when you come, a city comes and says, we need this or that, she can say, your businesses agree, and we can use that as a part of how do we help you get this money.
And I also want to say, if I may interrupt.
what location?
At the Civic Room in Belgrade Library, I think it's 725 Northwest 4th Street. I believe is the address, but you'll get the flyer, Peggy, you'll get the flyer like Monday or Tuesday. We just locked down all the time and everything this week.
But one quick thing. I heard y'all were talking about the the revenues, about, even if they put cabins down in the marina for rent or whatever. See, there's a whole lot go with that. When they had the cabins down there, if a hurricane come up next week, you need to have a stage in place to put those, because they got to be moved. And to move them, it takes a crew of people. You can't just say, well, Public Works can come in there and disconnect this and electricity and all of that. You need some tractor-trailer trucks to haul them off. There's a whole lot that went with, when we had them down there was a whole lot. They had privately owned, a lot of people from the city bought them and decorated them and all that, and Mr. Branch and Chief Salvatore and Sylvester Banks now. And a lot of those people lost those cabins because they couldn't get them moved in time. And when we talk about charging for parking, the last event they had up here for Mother's Day, it's all on Facebook, it's all over town. Say, what's wrong with these people? We never had to charge for coming up here to park or blah, blah, blah. So they were charging $10, I don't know. But that was, you know what I mean? That was something that the people couldn't swallow at the time. And I know sometimes some stuff is tough to swallow when you're trying to get some money. You can't just please everybody. But I'm just saying that was the number one conversation. Where did they get off of charging us $10 to come up here and park? I don't know. But
Tabo, right now, the way that they're doing those cabins around the water is that they're built up high. So actually it's like a second floor. The bottom is just the pilings and it's open. So it's, it's gonna have to be a really bad or big hurricane, but it's the way that they're built now, and it's made out of blocks.
They're on stilts.
And so there is a way to do it now than putting them low, because the water is right there.
I understand that part, but if anyone was here during Hurricane Wilma,
I remember
at
that.
the marina, there was all these boats inside the marina up on the flagpole. I'm talking about, over the hill, and so, if you got a cabin up 10 feet, that's nothing for, Wilma would have just took that on the other side of the lake.
We had an RV at the Commissioner's Park.
All the way, so.
With the tiny homes, you have the option to build them with a foundation or for them to be rolled away. So in terms of storage, that would be the challenge, finding somewhere to store. We could possibly maybe broker a deal or have some kind of conversation with maybe the farmers that have land that we can use to store those cabins during that time that is away from the water. Maybe that's an option.
Owned it PPI. We leased it PPI. My boss at that time had that, so we took the cabins down to PPI. And if you look back, they had a contract with the city. All that property from that park that you see to the end of that park, it went all the way to PPI. Mm-hmm. We put in the riffraff and everything. There was going to be cabins from the end of that park all the way to PPI, but that never came to pass. But I'm just saying, you got to have somewhere to put this stuff. Yeah. And now that they don't have access to PPI, I don't know where you're going to put it. And, you know, a person don't want to spend $100,000. What if 2 hurricanes come back to back? That means you've got to move it this week, and then a month later you got to move it again. That's kind of expensive.
May I? Then there's the stilts, building them on a foundation.
3 years ago, the city received a letter from FEMA, and about those trailers or those cabins right at the end. The building official had to write a letter to justify that those trailers could stay there. He had to write a letter to say that those trailers were grandfathered in because FEMA doesn't want. They said that this is an RV park. It's not. That's more like a mobile home type of thing. So RVs are movable, and those are more like stationary because some of them are anchored, and they also have the water and sewer connected to it in a different way.
In a conversation that we had at the county meeting that was at the Belglade Library several months ago, there was some options that she said she'll discuss with us in terms of what the Florida legislature came up with because of that hurricane. She said that there were some changes, and so when we're ready to have that conversation, she'll have it with us about what other options are available.
Okay.
Now, what did happen to raise some revenue was when the hurricane hit, it tore up Canal Point, it tore up a lot of places here, and the marina let FEMA came in and put trailers on every one of those lots. They put a fence around the lake, around the water, and they had about 100 cabins up here. And the marina was getting paid every month for every cabin. So, that's something you can look into in the future, say, well, hey, what if a hurricane comes and we got all this space and something is tore up, that they can, use it. They've been here before.
Yeah, we just got to depend on the hurricane to generate that income. We're trying to think something that's continuously so that we could, increase our funds.
Okay. So in 3 years, the question is, what do we look like in 3 years? What do we want to be in 3 years?
And then in the next half of after lunch is, how do we get those things done and go another 2 more years on top of that 5 year?
If I may, I just want to get something going back to bringing in the businesses. Ms. Bowler and I were working on for many years trying to bring restaurants and stores out here. 2 of the name brands that we try to bring out here is Buc-ee's, and they told us they didn't have our area in the scope because they weren't in the state of Florida just yet. And the other one is White Castle. White Castle wasn't looking into Florida either, but those 2 companies are starting to work into Florida. We still haven't dropped the ball. We're still on top of that to try to bring it even closer. And the only one we had closest to us to coming back was Biff Burger. But Biff Burger sold out the business in January. Yeah. So, yes, we've been staying on top, and we've been working with the Chamber of Commerce trying to bring in business. And there's multiple restaurants, not just 1 or 2, multiple restaurants. We tried Burger King. Burger King said we didn't have the numbers. We tried the one Chandler told me about, Checkers. We didn't have the numbers in Pahokee. We didn't have the numbers in Pahokee.
So here's the deal. I think we're looking at this thing backwards. If you do what you're supposed to do, if you actually build a solid middle class, if you actually build the infrastructure, you won't have to knock on their doors. They will come to you.
This
But
is
you
an
still, you
internal
still
thing
got, you
that we
still
need
got
to
the
address.
population. How you gonna make the population come here when there's no jobs? We have to have
Listen,
housing for them. We have to
right
create
now,
jobs.
right now, there are people driving 4 hours one way and 4 hours back
Right.
every 5 days a week. Right now,
4 or 5 hours
tons of them,
daily.
tons of them.
Okay.
If we could actually do housing and cut their trip in half, and they may consider purchasing a home here. See, we have to think outside of the box.
But
You don't
do
have
the
to knock on.
houses, you gotta do the
Exactly. He don't understand.
This is what I just mentioned. I said housing, infrastructure.
Infrastructure
We're doing
and
things
housing.
backwards. If we do what we're supposed to do, we won't have to hunt businesses down. They will hunt you down. This is what I'm saying.
But it's our jobs to bring in businesses. If you don't want
It's
to do
our
that,
job to
that's-
create the
that's-
infrastructure
that's up
and
to you.
build the middle class for businesses to come. And it's our job that when they come, for us to deal with them appropriately so they want to continue to build here and other businesses behind them. That's our job.
I just want to say that the reason
Putting all our plan in order. That's it. We know what it needs. We all agree. We're all on board. It's just putting 1, 2, 3 in order. And
Exactly.
some of them, as you're doing one, the other one's rolling along.
Exactly.
To
A lot of
bring-
these-
to bring the development, you gotta.
A lot of these businesses don't even know Pahokee exists.
So you can build, you can work on your infrastructure, work on housing,
Yeah.
and do workforce development pretty much simultaneously.
Yeah.
And if
We
you
all-
do
we all
it
agree to
right,
that.
they'll all kind of land around the same time, so that when a business comes, and let's say they can employ 100 people, we'll have the housing for them, we'll have a workforce that's prepared for them. That's
And
the
the roads are
process. This is what
decent.
we're talking about.
But we
which
all
will
agree to
bring
that.
the
It's
per
just-
capita.
But we still have to advertise our city.
Well,
We all agree to all that, but
That's
we have to
just part
advertise our
of it.
city.
We're
That's the part. It doesn't
just
get.
the way that it's gonna be done. We
Well-
got 3 years. That's how we gotta do it.
Exactly.
You asked the
Vice Mayor? Vice
question.
Mayor, hold on a second. Can we break for a moment and then pick it back up so we can get our plates?
Hungry?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
You asked the question of what are we going to look like in 3 years, and I can tell you right now, just riding through Pahokee, seeing the road work that's been done, people's eyes are bucking. They say, "Wow!" I mean, they say, "Wow, man! They're doing something." Just that, and I know 6 months or whatever from now, it's going to be twice as much. But I'm telling you, that's an eye opener. Now, the only other thing that concerns me is the habitat houses. They've started on 3 of them, and they haven't finished any.
Yeah.
I know they said they want
Well,
to
they
finish them in a
changed.
row.
They changed. I think the guy who was in charge. I think they changed guys.
Yeah, and that's been almost going on a year now.
But they're not only just working on those 3 tabs. They have other
Belglade too. They have Belglade.
different sections all at the same time. Because I saw them out there the other day. Here
in Pahokee, so they're all working. It's not just those 3. They're working in Palm Beach County. There are numerous, and they all
And they're
working simultaneously together to bring them all open at around the same time. That's because I had that thought.
But you guys are
why they
making,
not
you
working?
guys are making a difference. I'm telling you, you guys are making a difference in what you're doing.
It's all about
because you,
marketing.
like I say, you was grandfathered in a mess. So
Exactly.
you're weeding out the mess.
Years
You're starting to
and
see
years
some
of
clear
stuff.
water. I'm telling you, you're starting to see it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pat. So we're gonna break for lunch, and we're gonna start back at what is it 12:15 now? So what, about 35 minutes? Okay. So we're gonna break now, Mr. Darren.
Soon as Vice Mayor comes back to her seat, we get started.
Which one are we on now?
Okay, we are live now. We want to say welcome back to our Commissioner's Vision pre-retreat strategic planning 3-year and 5-year plan. Our first session was awesome, had great conversation and great information out to that we're trying to move our city forward. And so we want to thank again that our city staff, we want to thank our city manager, we want to thank that our city commission and everybody that come, you know, to help put the city back, you know, to try to move it forward. So I want to thank for all the information that was given. I think it was great information. So we're going to turn it back now into the hands of our city manager to move forward. Don't forget, Mr. Lucas, that we wanted to clear up one thing with Mrs. Blanco.
Last comments before we went to break regarding development.
Yes. This is in regards to McDonald's and any other big chains, big businesses. The reason why the McDonald's didn't come to Pahokee is because the per capita income in the city, the per capita in the city of Pahokee. Per capita is very low in the city of Pahokee, so that's why they didn't come to Pahokee. Actually, we already had a site assigned for them, and our community development director was in communication with them, and they did their studies, and they determined that they were not able to come because of their per capita, and that's one of the requirements for their franchise, I guess, to initiate a new business in town. Anyways, the second point is I want to clarify about the Dunkin' Donuts. Ms. Sarah had she commented on what the Dunkin' Donuts was planning to do with the site at 615, I believe it is, East Main Street, where the Hooks fried chicken is at. The second option they had was to be placed or to use the space of the new gas station, the new developed gas station, which is the Marathon gas station. They had an agreement with Mike, and Mike, who is the owner of that gas station, and I guess the agreement didn't continue forward because Mike had the plans, and they had an agreement to provide certain square footage because the franchise requires a certain square footage for the business to operate. And once the plans were done and construction took place, Mike decided or changed his mind about the space that he was going to give them to use. So that's why Dunkin' Donuts was not a successful business, or they didn't succeed on what they wanted to do in town. So because of the square footage of the location that he was going to be provided, not as agreed upon. Okay? Just wanted to clarify those 2 points.
Because financially, it wasn't feasible for them to have the standalone because we did not have the census that they need. Yes. But if you combine it, just like they did in Belgrade, they're combined with another space. So that could be worked out.
That is correct. Okay, just wanted to clarify those.
Started with the 5-year plan now because we only have about another half hour or so.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, just to round out the 3-year plan, the commission did a great job speaking to financial stability in the discussion. Now, as far as just so I have some clarity from each of the 4 of you, environmental viability. Start with you, Commissioner Gonzalez. What's your vision on your environmental viability? Would you like to see more plants planted, trees planted? Just what are we doing for nature and reducing carbon emissions, getting electrical vehicle charging stations, things like that, sir?
I mean, EVs are always an option. We can always try to go green, but then again, you have your positive and negative things about the EVs.
Bless you.
Bless you. We could always use more trees in certain areas because, you know, as we're developing, there's less vegetation, I guess, trees for the animals to live around and to help them out. But
one of the things as we develop, I hope the commission is mindful that we need to set back at least 30% of whatever we build, say whatever the 100% is, 30% has to be dedicated to green. So we got to keep that in mind. You know, so if we do a development or we have a developer come in, they're going to have to give a portion of it to a parkway.
That's true.
So just so you guys know rules of engagement.
I mean, landscaping is always good, and you know, it beautifies everything. I was just more focused into the trees, you know, because every time they cut a tree, they don't plant a tree. So I have to think about that one. What was that?
TV, parks, landscape. Anything else?
Not at the moment.
The only thing I have to say, we have to, moving into the 21st, 3rd century is, we know we have electric cars on the road now. So I would say charging stations. We should have, you know, charging stations around the area. Also, Wi-Fi throughout the city. No matter where you sit, you should be able to get on some, I think that's the broadband they were talking about up at the legislature, that we could have put up throughout the city, no matter where you park or where you can tap into a free Wi-Fi, like a public Wi-Fi. You know, that's moving into the upgrading the city. You're probably under the ground wiring for, you know, all of that. That's what moving in. That's moving your infrastructure in a better way.
Well, I would say we definitely need to adopt sustainable practices. Those would include minimizing waste generation, promoting recycling and reuse. We need some very strong initiatives for recycle and reuse. Also for energy and water conservation, and ensure the responsible extraction and utilization of our resources. We also need to implement measures to protect and preserve our ecosystems, biodiversity, and natural habitats. We are pretty much built in the middle of a cane field. But I do think we do need protected areas, whether, like the other commissioners just mentioned, clean technologies and reducing emissions. So there are some positives and negatives about EV. I think with us being a small city and with us being so far away, understanding limitations of EV, it probably would even be a good idea to have or to kind of encourage maybe a local initiative. Like you might use your EV to just get around Pahokee. You don't have to travel 2 and 3 hours, which is what generally is the charge for EVs. I know we're talking about the stations, but if we're going to have EV vehicles, I think it would be good to use locally.
I know you did some research on some EV stuff you had mentioned in the past. Now, I didn't realize that it was 3 different stages of EV, and then I noticed we got a large golf cart population. So when we do the EV, are we looking at for all types of the vehicles out there? I understand 3rd stage or what is it 3?
Yes. Yeah, that's like a supercharger. I think it does it in like.
That's a rapid charge, because you can go and have station 1 and 2. You'll be there all day charging up your vehicle.
Right. But all day might be good if we have other things in place. They could be shopping. They could be enjoying certain forms of entertainment while their EVs are being charged alongside the road. So I would say a level 2. We could get away with doing a level 2. Level 3s could be very expensive.
Now, when you saw that's just vehicle, what about golf carts? Because that'd be cool.
That would be.
Came up
yeah.
onto the lake and they go fishing and they could charge up there. Golf
Right.
Cart. I mean, I just didn't understand how those go together.
Yeah, I had a conference with one of the EV companies last week, and they're all 3. And yesterday I had a conference call with the FP&L. Whatever location you choose, they have to come out and look at the site, because not all transformers can give that power. So they're going to have to upgrade certain things up there. So that's also going to be an extra cost.
So we have to have FP&L involved. I understood now, if I remember right, Commissioner Bowden, you said that the backup has to be some kind of generator.
For the level 3s?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of what makes it really expensive.
Level 3 backup.
And they also have.
And I think we should also, at some point, we need to consider integrating with FP&L and actually have a solar field. I think we need to consider that in the near future as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Seeing those are nice. Those are nice. Yes.
This is the Coastal Resiliency Partnership.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed when we went to Tallahassee, on the right-hand side going towards Tallahassee, you see them all on the right-hand side. Oh yeah. 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 Exactly. Exactly. If I'm correct, Clewiston has a project coming up like that.
Oh, okay. All right, so we complete the environmental aspect for the 3-year. Man, you said solar field. That was your contribution. I'm sorry, Commissioner Perez. I thought you were still eating. That's all. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. Go ahead, Perez. I'm sorry.
Just piggybacking out of from the other ones, since they already mentioned some of the stuff. Yes, plants is really good. Plants is good for the environment as a whole, the ecosystem. So plants, landscaping, and landscaping beautifies. As far as farming, like local market, or that's part of our heritage. It's the muck. Let's do something with it. Okay, not only for locals, but we could also, sell it. We need to do more to promote the fishing, the lake. I mean, this is the second largest body of water, fresh water. So we could promote the fishing, boating, water activities. And I had to also eco-friendly. We find something for the algae in the lake. We need to be more environmentally involved when it comes to that, not just always get blamed for it. And then the solar energy, that's one thing that we could do as a municipality, where we could use it and sell it out. And the charging stations, I know, I don't know too much about it, but I know that, as far as the power that comes from FPL, there's issues. We got to be ready for it. So I do know that much about it. And, the broadband throughout the community. There's places like, at Coco's that I have to keep calling for service, and the only person is AT&T. Is the only one that I could have in that area. So for business wise,
if I may add to Sarah Perez, can we add artificial reefs in the marina if we can get it approved?
Artificial
reefs for the marina, because
reef, like the reefs that go in the water.
Yeah, as you know, Clewiston and South Bay hold. I think Clewiston, South Bay, and Belgrade hold annual Bass Pro fishing. So if we can bring that to our area, that'll be nice. Artificial reefs.
That's with FDEP.
Yeah, correct.
We did a project in Broward, and that's what they were doing, artificial reefs.
Okay. Vice Mayor, how you want to do the 5-year plan? Is just go back through real quick and just say what additional things or the state of where you want to see it at in 5 years after implementing these things?
Well, this is what it should look like here in 5 years. From the 3 little buildings we saw at the beginning of the 3-year plan, now we see community.
We're gonna have the ocean in the back like that?
No, that's the sky.
That's the sky.
Or is that the lake?
It's the sky.
And our
That's not
infrastructure.
the sky.
And that's what our future infrastructure should look like.
Nah, don't even say that. Don't even say that. Take that one out.
That's the infrastructure.
Yes, that's what he was.
You see that over there going towards Miami?
I know, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, that I'll go with that. You know, that's
Economic development.
business.
That's our economic development and where we should be looking at for in 5 years from now. That should be our
That part is for
fiscally
guys.
sound,
How you make the money, how you manage it.
and that's what our environment should look like. If that's what we're looking for, is that, you know, we want to take it to where it needs to be. Let's forget about the past. Let's move forward. Look at it. That's what we're looking for. That's what our 5-year plan should be.
Is that an apple?
It's the world.
Is what? The world?
It's the world.
Oh.
It's Earth.
Yeah, it looks like an apple from far away.
Then,
And we bring it all back together and put it all together, and that's what Pahokee should be. Yeah, come on.
Minus the traffic, right?
It's just being futuristic. It's your vision of what. I mean, I know it's not going to look like downtown or like Manhattan, but we should have good structure. We should have a good infrastructure. We should have a good streets. We should have good electricity. We should have, and that's what our goal should be for our city.
That's what our goal has been.
Well, we're gonna make it there.
Okay. It's about time.
So, in a nutshell, years from now, Pahokee should have adequate housing. We should have infrastructure, and with both of those, we should include environmental initiatives. So we're a combination of modern, yet we're environmentally friendly. From a financial point, we should have stability, transparency, and stability. And financial transparency. We should address any internal controls that we may have, that we've been pretty much dealing with for years. Those things should be addressed, and we should be economically sound with regard to businesses and various industries in the city of Pahokee. I think all of us can agree to that.
Then, if you click it, looking back to this time, no. Go forward, but you'll see the previous tab vision. Yeah, okay. So us looking back, last year, we had the organizational chart. Next slide, the goal setting, which things it was called reimagine ourselves. We never voted on it as a commission, but when we set our retreat, speaking of retreat, you guys want to do June or July for the official retreat to where we can lock these things in that you want to do. But just food for thought, just strategic goals could be foster sustainable growth and development, ensure our quality of life, lead with environmental stewardship, improve our infrastructure, embrace financial accountability and transparency. It doesn't have to be in those words per se, but whatever you guys want to move forward as some of the goals. Prioritizing, ranking the items of importance. You see there that you have the 35 acres, basically 26 and 9. City Hall, paint, servicing. We are doing a couple things to City Hall. We had out back, our ramp coming out of the back was wooden, and it was the termites had gotten to it, so we went forward with putting a better ramp in. And then in the front, we're going to finish up with some piling, not pilings, we're checking the pilings, but shell rock around the base, and then put the soil and turf under that, so we stabilize the building. Then I want to come forward with doing gutters and seeing if we need a new roof and painting the building. At least we have something nice for the people to come into City Hall for. Then,
Mr. Lucas,
I know it's in the future, look into a new City Hall. You know, I know they was looking into the old high school, and renovating that into the old City Hall and like a museum or so at the bottom, or the chamber at the bottom. You know, it's a different, you know, we can look into, because I think the City Hall, actually, we don't outgrew it. You know, with staff, there's not enough office space there. So hopefully we can continue. I know Mr. Snodgrass was looking at getting funding to renovate the old high school for a City Hall. So hopefully we can still have that on our radar.
that was going to be my question. Have we ever looked at have like a drawing,
a rendering
of what it is that you're looking to do at the old high school, and how much it is that it's going to take? I'd like to know what that plexiglass, what we pay for all that plexiglass, and compare it to being real windows instead of plexiglass, because we could have spent the money on the windows. But okay, we don't want to talk about the past. Can we get an estimate what it is? I mean, if you have the plans, how it's gonna go. You gotta know what you want to do in order to get quotes, and so we have an idea.
So let me ask the commission this question, since I wasn't here when you guys started the discussion with Mr. Snodgrass. So is it that two things were in play, that when they built the 60 units that they were going to do a daycare 10,000 square foot building in front of the complex in their parking lot, and that there was an MOU to be drawn up for them to renovate the old high school? And then in those renovations, is it offices and a museum?
That's new to me.
So
that I know that you asked me about that. It wasn't in my time. I never heard any conversation. I knew that looking at the plans that there was a daycare there, and it's my understanding that part of the funding that they got, they had to have, because it was supposed to be for migrants, and that's why they got the funds to include a daycare there. I never heard anything about MLU with the city. We didn't vote on it. I don't know if the prior commissioners did, but during the time that I was there,
I think Ms. Adams probably can come, but there was discussion with Mr. Snodgrass as far as with the housing, and also with finding funding for the old city. I think we even toured the old high school before. Put the phone down, Ms. Adams. We toured the old high school before, but it was in a conversation, just a conversation piece Now,
Within
but Ms. Adams
certain
actually
commissioners.
it was nothing actually voted. It was a conversation piece, between the city, but I think Ms. Adams can really enlighten on how far they went and where we was with that.
Yes, we did a walkthrough of the former high school with the plan is to turn the former high school into City Hall. And so we did a walkthrough with Snodgrass and a couple of his staff, as well as an engineer, to talk about what it looked like, what the foundation, and to answer the question in reference to the plexiglass. So I don't know what the cost was to install that plexiglass. We would have to go back and pull that information. But the plexiglass is temporary because if we're going to redo that building, it made no sense to put in glass when we would have to completely redo the building. The foundation, some of the foundation inside is not structurally sound, so to install windows, it would be a waste of money. The MOU, we have discussed the MOU with Snodgrass. It has not been formulated. We're waiting for them to kind of start moving forward with the completion of the Memorial townhomes before we start working on that MOU. And yes, with that, the townhomes is a daycare center that would be going in there. There is no rendering for the old city, what will become the new city hall. We have not gotten to that point to drop a rendering. So once there's the idea of what it would look like, but an actual rendering has not been drawn up.
Ms. Adams, quick question.
Daycare, where's the daycare at?
Daycare would be located over where Ocos is, where the townhomes are, Everglades Memorial Townhomes.
Well, how does that came to be with part of the city or with the city or?
So now I understand, just in speaking with Mr. Snodgrass, he's going to build the 60 units, and then in the middle of his complex there'll be a 10,000 square foot building, which is going to be dedicated to a daycare.
Because that language.
10,000 square feet?
Yeah. $10,000. So one of the things we could consider for that is moving Lutheran services from where it's at eventually to inside of that place. So that, and then we could use where they're at in MLK Park as a community center.
I have a question for Ms. Adams.
So they're building that and just letting the city use it, giving it to the city. How does that work?
Well, there's where we got to work out the two things that I was trying to understand in the memorandum of understanding between Ocois and the city of Pahokee for the rights to the building, and then how do we spin off $3 to $4 million repairs to the old high school to become new city hall and a museum.
I have a question in reference to that, Ms. Adams, before I forget. Are the original window frames still in that building at the high school, or were they removed?
I have to ask Mr.
But we still have them in our possession, or we don't have the frames anymore? Yeah. Oh, okay, no problem.
There was actually nothing there. It was just an open, condemned building, and they boarded it up.
No, the reason I was asking, because if I'm correct, y'all can clear this up, that if they had the original steel frame, we had the original window frames, we can get grants to restore
That's what I'm saying, but it was boarded up.
It was boarded up already.
For years. There was nothing there.
Oh, okay. Also, that's all it is? Okay.
AJ, do you have what was the cost of you replacing the one plexiglass? Do you remember when you replaced the one up top?
It was like $100 and something for that one piece.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't think it was a whole lot of money, Commissioner Perez, but I'll find out for you.
It depends on the thickness of the plexiglass.
Yes, it does.
Right.
That's why the one piece I had was like
Polanco's going to look it up, and I'll get it to you.
Yeah, because it depends on the thickness of the plexiglass.
Yeah, it's not.
Yes, it is, because I've used plexiglass.
Yeah.
But it's
So compared to a window, it's not that much difference.
In reference to the MOUs, the MOU for the city hall and the MOU for the townhomes, the daycare, those would be two separate MOUs.
Yeah, I said two.
Yeah, I mean, because
right.
part of the condition on them getting funds for that project is they had to put a daycare center there. So.
All right, so next slide, vision and values, something to just think about. Respecting the past, focused on the future, mission and vision statement. The purpose, the city of Pahokee provides, protects, nurtures, and cares for its community of residents, businesses, visitors, and supporters. We create and sustain the best quality of life for the people that are the fabric of our entire community. Within that, we are the heart of the Okeechobee Lake community and utilize that presence to foster the improvement of our entire city and all its residents. We can cut it down in half, whatever, but it's just something to work with. Another example, our mission, inspiring a vibrant community. The city of Pahokee is a premier destination both to visit and to live. Our community is rooted in a rich history, committed to time, honored values, and dedicated to an evolving, promising, and sustainable future. We embrace tradition and diversity equally to maintain a truly unique environment and character. We celebrate our role as the agricultural heartbeat of the sugarcane, cabbage, corn, and citrus economy, culture, geography, and are passionate about fostering a diverse, innovative, and culturally vibrant population. We are the primary destination in Florida agriculture and marine businesses and the central hub for the industry as a whole within the state. That's a mouthful, but whatever, it's just chipping on things. And then next one, commissioners could have a mission, such as the City Commission of the City of Pahokee is dedicated to providing citizens, businesses, and visitors with quality service that ensure a city's lifestyle to want to work, live, and play in Pahokee. Vision, the City of Pahokee strives to maintain a uniquely desirable and sustainable community. We are unique because of our people, our grand nature resources, public amenities, leadership, diversity, and hometown atmosphere. We will continue to conserve, preserve, and manage our precious resources, including Lake Okeechobee and its unique, Repapan habitat? Reparent? Whatever you guys said. Okay, so some of our core values, this could be reduced. Honor everyone, demonstrate respect for all persons, loyalty to the team, vision, mission, and objectives, inclusion, diversity, transparency, steward, be a good steward of agency funds, empathy, care about people, understanding, non-judgmental, respect individual strengths, embrace diversity, professionalism, always maintain a positive attitude and a pleasing personality, teamwork, cultivate a we environment, be passionate team players. So where do we go next? Do we want to schedule a town hall meeting for a workshop for get the public's opinion, or you want to come and set it in a retreat and then do town hall or workshop?
I think we should
retreat, then like you just said.
Oh, you.
I think that's the way it has to be voted on through the commission. You can't just set those dates. I don't think here you have to bring.
Oh no. I was just.
Yeah, to the committee, there has to be a vote.
What you guys want to do next?
We have to vote on to having a retreat.
Yeah, because your commission now, you're not, unless the city manager put them, but you have to bring that to the commission. You cannot just plan a date. I might come with a day, you come with a day. It has to come to the commission to be voted on to set a date. So you need to bring that to the commission in the next meeting. We need to have a date, which y'all feel that to have another.
Okay.
Just like he did with this one.
Okay.
All right.
I think we should get the citizens, show the citizens what we have so far, see if they have any input, and then get together, put it in order of importance, how we want to do it, and execute the plan.
Yeah, if I may say something before I forget. We're focused on the community as a whole to build our city together. One thing we have to look at is the backbone of our city, which are the city employees. If there's a way we can at least give them like a zero injury barbecue or something to acknowledge them, to tell them that, you know, we appreciate their help and everything they're doing for us once a month, every 3 months, something to help them out. I mean, they're out here busting their butts out here for us. You know what I'm saying? Look at, there's Tyrone, Mr. Greg, AJ.
Money, they want bonus.
Hey, give them a bonus. We'll figure something out. We can make it happen. Lucas, it's all on you.
Oh, I have a suggestion. Because as far as I know, I don't think the city has, like a Christmas bowl, I'm talking about as far as the employees or families.
Right. Employees.
We should be able to throw have a nice, really decorated, they could bring their significant other and, have a DJ, a night where, we could all come together, and I think they just have everybody has their little thing as one big family.
Yes.
We could do
I did that once. I spent $500 of my own money, and nobody showed up but y'all commissioners. Wow. Anyway, nice idea.
Well, if we do it, I guarantee you that you'll have a full place. I could guarantee you that.
Or half a day work day paid.
Okay, I'll give $10 bonus to each one of them. Well, if I hit the lottery, I could give you all more bonus.
Well, we want to thank our city staff. We want to thank our city manager, city staff that came together and put this together, a presentation for us to come out and strategic planning on moving our city forward within a 3 to 5 year plan. It's not that it's impossible, because if we work together and move it forward and bring on concrete solutions, not just always problems and issues, but can come with, you're going to bring a problem, bring a solution to where we can work together and move it. We might not always agree on the same thing, but we can learn to agree. If it works, let's move it forward. We can't keep looking in the rearview mirror and looking back. We got to drive forward. So let's move forward, and these plans is not going to happen overnight, but it shouldn't take 15 to 20 years to get it done either. So if we will aggressively move it forward. So let's continue to move forward and put out the right information. Some citizens are going to say, well, I don't believe this is going to ever happen in my lifetime. It may be not in your lifetime, but don't mean it might not happen. It's not going to happen. So, but let's keep in mind that, we are here. We're not going anywhere. I live here. I think everyone in here that lives here and that we love our city of Pahokee, and we're going to move it forward. 3 to 5 year plan. Let's see it happen. We got the county saying that they're along with us to help move it forward. So let's pull on them, and they pull on us, and we can make this happen. So with that being said,
I put a motion to adjourn the meeting.
We will adjourn the meeting.